Take off the slide as well.
Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm Lonnie King, and I'm very pleased to serve as chair of the committee on the review of transmission, the geographic spread of chronic wasting disease in U.S. cervid populations. This is the second in a series of meetings being hosted by the Board on Agriculture and Natural Resources, called BANNER. The board is part of the National Academy of Science. It's focused on overseeing studies in agriculture, forestry, fisheries, wildlife, and the use of land, water, and other natural resources. I'd like to welcome everybody, both those in attendance in person and online, and members of this committee can be found on the study's website along with their short bios. The committee's first meeting was in October. We focused on introduction at that time, review of the statement of task, presentations from our sponsors, and presentations and discussions on the scope and scale of chronic wasting disease and the review of socioeconomic impacts of this disease. For today, our second meeting, the objectives are to learn and discuss issues specific to cervid farming and related industries. Second, to review movements of chronic wasting disease in captive herds, including risk factors and drivers of transmission. Thirdly, to review and discuss the USDA APHIS cervid health program and other control programs. And lastly, to improve our knowledge and understanding of the influence of indigenous cultures on chronic wasting disease and the value of cervids to those communities. Our committee, like other National Academy of Science committees, is directed by, and the boundaries of our studies are defined by, a statement of task. And that statement specifically requests the following, and we'll put it in the chat for people online to see it. But the statement of task is an ad hoc committee of experts appointed by the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine will review the state of knowledge about the modes of transmission, means of geographic spread of chronic wasting disease among free-ranging and captive population of cervids in the U.S. Specifically, the committee will draw conclusions about the state of knowledge regarding the infectious dose of chronic wasting disease and the different modes of transmission among cervids. The means of geographic spread through cervid dispersal, scavenger activity, and human actions. The effectiveness of interventions to reduce transmission and or geographic spread of the disease. And finally, the population level and economic impacts of chronic wasting disease and the effectiveness of different interventions to reduce those impacts. The committee then will write a report about the effectiveness of different interventions and the rest of these items, and that report will be published at the end of our work. So in addition, I'd like to remind everyone that this meeting is an information gathering session for the study committee to examine the information needs related to its task. So please be mindful that the committee has made no conclusions, and their comments and discussions today shall not be interpreted as positions of the committee or of those of the National Academies. A final reminder to everybody is the National Academies prohibit all forms of discrimination, harassment, and bullying. This policy applies to our participants today and all of our activities in the future. So to help you kind of plan your day, and we appreciate you being with us, here's kind of a list of activities and the time frames. So from this point forward, we'll bring in a panel of 3 experts to discuss chronic wasting disease, in particular involved with cervid farming. We'll break between 11 and 11:15. From 11:15 to 12:15, there'll be a discussion about movements of this disease within captive herds. 12:15 to 1 o'clock is a lunch break. 1 to 2:30, we'll be reviewing APHIS's program on cervid health, and we'll look and discuss kind of broader discussions of future directions and control strategies. From 2:30 to 3:30, a presentation and discussion on the value of cervids to Native American communities. We will conclude at that time at the public and open session. Our committee then will move into an extra hour or 2 for further discussions as part of a closed meeting on what we've learned today. So that's how today will go. And without further ado, we'll go ahead and move to our first committee today. And I'd like to welcome Sean Schaefer, who's the Executive Director of North American Deer Farmers Association, Sam Burgesson, Wildlife Research Center, and Glenn Zebarth, who's a veterinarian and elk farmer. We're pleased and welcome these individuals. For all three of you, if you would just give maybe a very short bio of who you are so people will know in more detail. We'll give you all 8 to 10 minutes to kind of do discussions on your topics, and then the rest of the time will be questions and answers. So again, we thank you in advance for joining us today and for sharing your expertise. So Sean Schaefer, why don't we start with you if you're on?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me fine?
We can, Sean. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Sean Schaefer, the Executive Director for the North American Deer Farmer Association. Have been involved with various animal health programs and regulations to govern them for 26 years. Current member of the Board of Directors for the U.S. Animal Health Association, and a past director here on the North Dakota State Board of Animal Health 14 years. I also sit on the advisory board for our North Dakota State Veterinary Diagnostic Lab, as well as the external advisory board for the U.S. Department of Homeland Security's Center of Excellence for Emerging and Zoonotic Animal Diseases at Kansas State University. I myself have been raising white-tailed deer since 1998. I've attended every CWD symposium that this country's had, and I actually presented at the one in Utah, Texas, and Michigan. I attended my first CWD meeting in December 1997. A lot of people talk about CWD coming on the map in 1998, but Mike Miller, I think, is on this panel. I think Mike Miller and Beth Williams, it was, that came up here to North Dakota, Bismarck, North Dakota, December 1997, and told us about this disease that they were concerned with. So anyhow, I've attended all the international pre-on symposiums, or many of them, I guess I should say. The one in Fort Collins, Colorado, Edmonton, Canada, over in Göttingen, Germany last year. I missed the one in Portugal just recently because I was at the U.S. Animal Health Association that same weekend. So I don't claim to be an expert, but I have had a lot of involvement with this, and for many years. I sat on the USDA APHIS CWD working group that established a program standard, or this herd certification program, way back in the early 2000s, and actually got it published in 2012. And then I actually sat on the program standards revisory committee in 2016 to 2018 for the new ones that were published in 2019. And I have been commenting on the new one as they're going forward. So like I said, I have definitely got some history and some involvement in CWD. Don't claim to be an expert by any means, but I sure have lived it, you know. With that, I'll get into some of the questions that they'd proposed to us here. And, you know, by what mechanisms do you believe CWD is introduced into the captive populations, and why do you believe this? I think that's one of our biggest challenges, are the many factors, the many environmental factors. We hear a lot of this, and I think in the early years, there was a lot of, you know, when the finger pointing was going on, and, you know, we were finding a lot of CWD within the industry. And you got to remember that prior to that 1998, or that meeting, December 1997, the industry had never heard of chronic wasting disease. And we didn't, from that 1997 meeting until 2002, really, there wasn't even any state programs, you know. And in 2002 is when the big rush came on, and we kind of locked the industry down, basically started almost 1998 for 5 years to establish a program and to start doing some monitoring and find out what we had, trying to get our hands around it. And that's been going on, you know, since that 1998. And the neat thing is all the data we've gained and learned, but the bad part is what we still don't know, the unknowns. And initially we thought, hey, we were moving this disease around the country, around from breeder to breeder. And there's no doubt that happened. You can trace it. I mean, it'd be naive to say that we don't move this disease or have not moved this disease. But I can tell you that most of the movement, when you look at these, the USGS map, you know, and you point at all the dots on there, a lot of that movement where it was from herd to herd was prior to the monitoring program, to the herd certification program. Since that time, there has only been a handful of times that this disease has ever been moved interstate, from state to state, from breeder to breeder, across state lines. It's very, very rare that that happens. Has been more times, within states. But even that, if you add up the total number, and I think that'd be the question to ask for the USDA coming on, is what are the total number of positive herds? And in those total number of positive herds, how many times has the epi been investigated, been able to prove and show it moved from this herd to that herd? The neat thing about our industry, the cattle industry has been working on, national animal ID for 15 years now, I think, and it's still really gotten nowhere. We have had 100% animal ID as long as I've been in this business, for more than 26 years. Every animal is tagged, every animal is accounted for, inventoried, reconciled. And with that, every animal that's moved has got a health paper. So doing our trace outs is pretty simple. It's not like cattle or horses where you go to a livestock market and you get a back tag slapped on it and that's glued to it. Our animals have an official ID. Our animals know we can trace out movement. And is bad when we move disease, but the good part about it is we can trace it down, we track it, we stop it, we depopulate that herd, we nip it in the bud. So, but the difficult part, though, is getting back to this question here, is how do we move it when how do we get in this disease when we know it isn't brought in from anywhere else? Herds that are double fenced, closed herds. And I think the most recent research dealing with hay, the forages, and I am not so much, when I think Rodrigo Morales on this panel is the one that did a lot of the work with the uptake of the prions into the plants. I think he'll be quick to point out, and I agree with, I don't know that the infectious dose and then plants is enough. Is there not, how much would they have to consume? But the part that I'm worried about as a farmer, and I make a lot of hay, I make a lot of alfalfa, is all the dirt in the soil. Every time you go over a molehill, every time you go over a dip or a low spot, and that pickup on that baler, digs in, or when you're raking the hay, raking your windrows together, how much of that dirt and dust is being brought into that hay? And we know that certain soils definitely bind the prions, certain soils almost amplify the prions. So when a deer dies out in the landscape in an alfalfa field in the wintertime, when they're out there pawing through the deep snow to get to the winter and survive, and a coyote eats them, or they die of exposure from winter kill, and that animal decomposes into that soil, and then I come along the following year and I rake across that, and then I bale across it, and I bale that soil up. So number one, the soils. Number two, carcass parts. I've got pictures on the presentations, the symposiums I've presented at. I've showed the pictures of where I'm baling, and I go around and I look back at the last windrow that just baled up, and I can see, geez, there's a leg bone there. I go out, there's something white shine, and I get off, I go look, see what that little white piece is, and it's a leg bone. It's a piece of spinal column, it's a piece of the skull. I've got pictures of that, and those pieces are getting baled up into the bales. So what's getting sent across this country? When you look at the, and I seen here a few years ago during the drought and during the big fires down south, and, these farmers love nothing more than to throw a bunch of hay bales onto a semi and huge signs, we're helping America. But the reality is every day we're shipping loads and loads of alfalfa and hay across this country. Not only the carcasses and the alfalfa and the dirt that's getting into these bales, what about the other vectors, bank rolls? When I sit and I make alfalfa, and I'm talking to the farmers on this committee, if there are any, how many seagulls are following us? It's amazing, the number of seagulls, the number of hawks. I mean, I watched one seagull eat 15 mice. I counted it that day. It could barely fly. How many of those little bank voles that have been proven to be super infectious, with CWD, how many of those get bailed up in that windrow? Not everyone is left running around scurrying to get picked up by the seagull. A lot of them get bailed up right into the bale. So I'm nervous about those. Rodrigo Morales, again, bringing him up, did a tremendous study on the taxidermy and the beetles they use to do to clean up the skulls for these European mounts. Well, you look at any carcass laying out in the field, they are loaded with maggots and beetles and everything else that decomposes and gets rid of those carcasses, Mother Nature's way. But those bugs are loaded with CWD prions, and we're bailing them up too. So that's what I'm probably more nervous about than anything moving around. How's it moved into our herds? I mean, that could be a huge way, definitely. The one thing I think that misconception out there, fence line contact. Dr. Kurt Verkadern did a study years ago, and Scott Wells is going to be presenting here later on. I know he's got a study he's in the process of right now. But Kurt Verkadern's study showed there is very little, almost no, in most instances, of fence line contact between herds. It showed the elk and mule deer had a little bit more, but whitetail had absolutely almost none. They're not a herd animal. And I think as science has progressed, we've learned that CWD is more dose dependent, repeated exposure. A casual sneeze through the fence, or a deer walking past on one side, or a deer walking past another, doesn't spread this disease. And when we see that, some of the background information for that, we have herds that have been double fenced and closed, have not introduced a new animal in more than a decade, and they still get CWD. How is it getting in there? And that's where I think we got to look at these other vectors, other avenues of spread. And so many times I think we are that canary in the coal mine. We find the disease, and then they start doing a lot more intensive testing around us, and they find it in the wild. And so like I say, we're the ones that find it first. And I need to get moving faster if I'm gonna make my 8 minutes. But what management practices, voluntary, are required? Do you think effective, ineffective? I think the biggest management practice we need to focus on right now, and that this committee really should push for research on, is the effectiveness of genomic breeding. And Dr. Chris Seabury, and I think actually seen earlier here in one of the participants that he's actually watching this, so maybe the questions be best asked to him. But as we've studied the genomics in all these herds that have been depopulated, there are definitely markers out there that do not, in certain breeding values, that do not get this disease, or if they get it, they're super infected. I mean, them deer were living in an environment, contaminated environment for more than a year, living at 24 hours, 24/7, and before they became positive. So these markers in a high enough breeding, or low enough, I guess, negative breeding value, with no exposure, just very little, but if it's just exposure from a hay bale or something, should be able to live off and stave off the CWD. So I think that's gonna be our biggest management practice. The average age of a deer going to market in the farm cervid industry is 2 to 3 years old. The epi of this disease, the timeline incubation, is at 24 to 30 months. And if we can prolong that, get past that, we don't truly need to have an animal that, immune would be fine, would be great. But if we can just get an animal that's 10, 15, 20 years, well, our deer all go to market far before that ever gets to that point. So I think that really needs to be explored. These SS animals with super negative breeding values, they're just not going to get the disease. We can manage ourselves away from this disease in the farm cervid industry. One thing that has been effective, I guess, is the restrictions on interstate commerce. We've seen many states initially years ago close their borders, stop all movement of farm cervids, not allow any more introductions, stop the movement within the states. And guess what? They all still got CWD. I think just about, you want to get CWD, you close your border and you stop movement of the farm cervids. I mean, it's just crazy how that has happened. I think the focus was too much in one area and not focused where it truly needed to be. So when we look at the USGS map again, it's amazing, all the states, all that gray we see in states that don't even have a farm cervid industry. Virginia, Maryland, Arkansas, Tennessee, New Mexico, Mississippi have zero farm cervids. Wyoming, 0 farm cervids. Yet they've got CWD, and they got CWD bad. We're not the smoking gun, and then you look at the states, Florida, North Carolina, my home state of North Dakota, Missouri, that have CWD, but yet to ever have had CWD in their farm cervid herd. So, we are not yes, we can move this disease. That's why we have a herd certification program. Some will say, the herd certification program's failing because we're still finding disease in a certified herd. You got to remember, it's a monitoring program. It's not a vaccination. It's more related to like a cancer screening, a prostate screening. You hope to find it early enough that you can manage it. Now that we have the tools, live testing, genomics, we can manage the disease. So it prevents it, hopefully, if we find it before we move it. But At the same time, you got to remember that if you find the disease, the program is working. We're stopping it before we move it, so that's the big one I think we need to look at. So what effect CWD maintenance practices on herds? It's normal animal husbandry to us. I think that's what some people don't understand. Breeding for these genetics, testing our animals, it's what we do. I cannot make a living with unhealthy animals. This industry has done, as all animal agriculture has done, a very, very, excellent job of breeding healthy animals. That's where we make our living. It's how we make our money. So the CWD maintenance and management, it's just part of life. It's part of animal husbandry. It's one thing we do. We TB test, we brucellosis test, we'll CWD test. We also test for mycoplasma, we test for yonis, we test for many other things that aren't mandated. It's what we do. This genetic thing that worked for Scrapie in the sheep industry, it's going to work excellent for us as well too. I'd already mentioned earlier something ineffective, like say restrictions on interstate commerce. The one thing that has probably bothered me more than anything, and maybe this committee could challenge USDA coming up here, the lack of epidemiology, the lack of the epidemiological investigation within all these herds. That needs to be published and noted, because I get so much backlash when a certified herd becomes positive. But they study the epi, they quickly go and they look at it, because as I said earlier, you can find where they moved it if they moved it. But when they don't find anything else and they can't find any way to blame it on, no way that they got it to explain it, I guess, it just stops there. Well, I think that needs to be noted. Someone needs to point that out, that only in 10% of all positive cases we can truly explain it or show that it link it to another herd. If we can't link it to another herd, because this disease is, you can't drive it underground. It's the neat thing, I guess, about having a highly contagious, always fatal disease is it's there. It's in your face. Highly contagious, always fatal. You can't farm through it. You can't live with it without doing some type of management program such as the genetics. So if we have this disease, you find it, you spread it. It's pretty easy to find who you got it from, when you do all the trace outs, you lock everybody down. So I would like to see a lot more hard epi published showing that, hey, look at, yes, these movements happened. We found it, we stopped it, we traced it, we cleaned it up. Or, yeah, these poor guys are getting it as a victim of where they're living, and it's somehow getting through their fences, and it isn't nose to nose, because all these herds were all double fenced. All these herds were closed. They didn't bring any animals in. So that epi, I think the lack of published epi would be, is probably the most frustrating. I'd like to see that. One thing we've seen, initially this program you had to test everything that died 16 months and older. Then they lowered it from 12 months and older. And then if you're in a quarantine herd, it's 6 months and older. Not one time. And you can ask, when we do find positives in a depopulation, when we have a positive herd and they go and they kill off the entire herd and they test all the animals, they do find positives that are 6 months of old, 12 months old, 13. So I'm not wanting to confuse that. But the problem, what I ask about, is the index animal, the animal that trips the trigger, the animal that you first find that told you, hey, look, we have a positive situation going on here. It has never been less than 16 months of age, ever. So all the years when we had the 16-month and better, the program was working. What happens when you go less than 16, when you go less than 12, it adds a huge expense on the industry, because the majority of my animals that die or I have troubles with are in that first year of life, and that first getting them up to that, yearling up to the maybe 15, 16 months, that first year and a half. It's when they're the most vulnerable, I guess, they're the youngest. But so we got to, every time an animal dies, it produces no more income, but now it's an expense, because I have to send in a sample on that animal that died. And not once ever has that animal ever come back and said, oh, hey, hang on, slow down, we got to stop movement from this herd. If it did, that would be great, but not once has that ever happened. So we're added a huge burden and a huge expense to the industry for no return, that I've ever seen. So I would like to see that go back to 16 months, but that isn't something for this panel to probably recommend anyway. But anyway, going back to the epi, I think that's the biggest thing. Same with the 60-month trace out. I remember back in 2000 and back to actually 1998 when they locked down the industry for 5 years. And when they first initially, they probably went to Mike Miller and said, "Hey, what's the incubation on this disease?" And they said 24 to 30 months. So they said, "Well, we don't know what we have. We don't know what's out there. Let's double it. Let's go to 60 months." We went from 30 to 60. And I would challenge this panel, find out truly, where did 60 months come from? Is there anything relevant between 30 and 60? It's an arbitrary number. It was pulled out of the air. I was in the meeting. It was 30 months. Well, what would make us comfortable with movement of animals again? 60 months. We doubled it. And that 60 month is stuck with us now. When we do trace outs, we do an epi investigation. They're looking, we're trying, we lock down every herd that had any type of contact, whether they bought from, sold to, whatever, with a positive herd. We locked them down for 60 months. And never past that 30 month does it ever make any difference. I mean, that's burdensome to the industry, and we're locking them down for time frames that has no relevance upon it, So back to the highly contagious, always fatal. When you have the disease, you have the disease, and them buggers are getting sick and dying already. By 30 months, you don't even have to do a live test. You can stand in the herd, look around, and see dead animals. So that's the part I think we need to study harder and look at harder and use the true epi. So I'm getting down to the end here. So what do you see the future role live and postmortem testing for CWD? The postmortem, that's the foundation of this program. And yes, is it perfect? No. I mean, it can't. You're doing constant monitoring. We test everything. I have tested the Schaefer Whitetail Ranch 100% of every deer. I think I've missed one in 26 years. It has not gotten sampled. So testing everything that dies will find this disease. And it's the most efficient, most cost-effective monitoring way to monitor the disease. Is it perfect? No. I think as new live tests are being developed, there's a good blood test, this RNA blood-based test that's coming on the scenes here. Boy, if we get that, that's going to be excellent. Right now, rectal biopsy is the best thing we have with IHC. Rectal biopsies with RT Quick should be explored, especially for species like elk and red deer and mule deer that don't have a live test option like the whitetails do. But a rectal biopsy can only be done so many times on an animal. So is that the perfect solution? No. I think we need to explore better test, a blood test, some type of skin punch test, something like that. When that comes, yes, if you're in a CWD zone, maybe the industry needs to start doing some type of live test before movement. But when you explore the fact that we have not moved the disease, very rare that we've moved the disease from these monitored herds, I think what we're doing works too. We just need to step up our game. Back to the genomics. The industry has only had it for just a little over a year, and we're seeing a huge landslide of people going to it. We've made it more cost effective through this cooperative agreement program. So we're getting even more producers into it. When we start getting to these genomic resistant animals and with the monitoring program that we have, we're really not going to have an issue. I tell you, it's going to handle like it did with the sheep industry. And the sheep industry didn't have an animal ID program. They only tagged their animal when it left the farm. We tag our animals right from birth. So anyway, the live test and postmortem is that's the foundation of this program that needs to stay. We need to keep doing that. I'll say that. Live testing, when you have a positive herd, if they call me today and say, "Sean Schaefer, we found a positive in your last sample that you submitted," I should tomorrow go out and live test my herd and find out how many more are in my herd. And we should, right now we don't do that in the industry. And the industry's asked for it, but what happens is the states and the USDA, they say, okay, well, we want to depopulate or we want to manage it, or we don't have any money to kill off your entire herd. Well, if they live tested my entire herd and we only found one more positive, or they found three more positives, they have indemnity money for them three. And honest, tell you the truth, I don't need indemnity for them two or three. I'll kill them myself and we'll get them off the landscape. But we should live test right away, draw that line in the sand, find out what we're dealing with. What if I find no more positives? Well, now I know, hey, okay, I got some breathing room here. Let's step up the game on the genetics. Let's get in there and really get rid of the susceptibles, and let's really ramp up the ones that are breeding, the ones that are more resistant. So that initial live test, that's where the live testing really should come into this, is when you find out you have a positive, get in there, find out what that herd has, and get that better, clearer picture, put more pieces in the puzzle. The more pieces you can put into a puzzle, the better, the more clear that picture becomes. Trace outs. When I've bought an animal from somebody, 2 years ago, now today I get a positive. It's not that animal I bought, but I have a positive. Now we don't know how. That animal, that herd that I bought that animal from 2 years ago, he is now locked down for 60 months because he sold me an animal. And they say, well, what if you got it from him? Well, let's go look at his herd. Let's look at how many deaths he's had in the last 2 years, last 5 years. Look at all the sampling he's done. Let's go in and live test his herd, and then let's release him if we don't find any type of epi-connection. If we don't find any type of disease, highly contagious, always fatal. He can't live with it for 2 years, for more than 24 months without something happening in his herd. And same with, I sold an animal to somebody 4 years ago, 50 months ago, 55 months ago. I sell an animal and today I get a positive. That guy I sold an animal to 55 months ago is now locked down and can't sell anything because he got an animal from me 55 months ago. That animal he got to me wasn't even born or wasn't even on the farm anymore when the animal that was positive was born. So, we need to look at the epi harder on this. Now, I don't fault anyone for going to that farm and looking to make sure I didn't move something. Let's go there. Let's do the epi on their farms. Let's explore it. Say, hey, do you have, is he had any CWD? Is he doing his testing? Maybe he's missed test. Maybe he's had some animals escape. Okay, if red flags go up, let's go in there and do live testing at his farm. But if we go in there and all these boxes are checked.
John, go ahead and try to answer that last part. We'll give everybody an opportunity, then we'll come back to Q&As. This is really good information, and we appreciate it. Do you want to say anything about the last question, and then we'll
yes,
and
I'm right down to it, so I appreciate that.
Sure.
What keeps me up at night? Right there, we got it. The unknown methods and spread. Rodrigo did a heck of a study on the taxidermy and on the beetles used for the taxidermy, and what keeps me up at night is this study. Did you guys ever looked at the zip code study that USGS did? So out of the 4 counties, the 4 most infectious counties, Dane, Iowa, Richland, and Sauk County in Wisconsin. So they didn't do the entire state of Wisconsin. They didn't do the entire nation. They just went to 4 counties in the entire state, and they tracked 38,000 hunters that were in them 4 counties. And then where did they go to? Them 38,000 went to 49 of the 50 states. I think even Hawaii had one. So 49 of the 50 states had hunters, every one of those red dots. So your state is on there, trust me, because everybody got one. A hunter went to Wisconsin and returned home with something. So we're hopeful that he didn't bring brain and spinal column and eyeballs. We're hopeful that he deboned the carcass and only brought what he want, because that is what the rules and the laws say. But it's an honor system. There is no checks and balances to it, and did he bring home that skull? Did he bring that to his taxidermist? Did his taxidermist do the European mount on it? Did he dump his beetles out in the back 40? And I think that that's something that really needs to be hard to look at. That's just 4 counties. And what type of movement is there? I mean, there's been a lot of restrictions on carcasses, and I applaud our Department of Natural Resources for that. But recent years now, I wouldn't say laxed them, but what they went is more of an education program to where you can still move your carcasses now, but properly dispose of it. And I think that's probably the better way to go anyway, because, heck, at one time in this country, there's a prohibition on alcohol, and that didn't stop the alcohol movement either. So we know that the stop movement on these carcasses didn't work either. So maybe the better education thing is to encourage people to properly dispose of it when they do move it. So, let's not leave it out in the landscape. Let's not move it around. But back to them numbers again, that's just 38,000 from 4 counties. How many thousands of positive deer right now today? Some of these states have got up to 40% infectious rates right now as we're having this meeting. And I think that's what people need to grasp their head around is, we don't have an industry, farm cervid. I know this about the farm cervid industry. We don't have a farm cervid industry full of positives. But what we do have right now today, as we're having this call, there are animals in all various stages, from just getting, infected to incubating to actually clinical and getting killed, either run over by a car, ate by a coyote, dying on the landscape, whatever. But there are thousands, tens of thousands. When you multiply the 40%, it's probably even hundreds of thousands of positive animals, CWD positive animals throughout this country, and actually bringing Canada to this, because we have a Canadian on your panel too. So there's hundreds of thousands of positive animals today while we're having this talk, and nobody's doing anything about them. So, we're trying, but what can you do about them? The farm deer industry is working on it. The farm cervid industry, I guess I should say, the elk as well. The genomic resistance is the answer. I think you should get someone on like Dr. Chris Seabury, let them speak to it. I know Dr. Nichols is very versed in it too. She's going to be speaking later on. That's the answer. The farm cervid industry is going to breed away from this disease, going to manage away from this disease. Dr. Nicholas Haley is on here. He's done a lot with the live testing, rectal biopsies. My herd was personally rectally biopsy back in 2014. So it can be done. We have the tools now. We just need to use them. With that, I'll ask for questions. And thank you for the opportunity to speak to the committee.
John, thank you very much. What we're going to do is allow our other speakers to go ahead and present, and then we'll have Q&A after all the presentations. So if you can stay aboard, Sean, we'd appreciate it. So we'll turn to Sam Burgesson now. Sam, are you on?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, please go ahead.
So thanks everyone for giving me the opportunity to present today. My name is Sam Burgesson. I'm not a deer farmer, but I'm going to share my story here just to kind of show, where we've kind of touched on all this. I'm the president of Wildlife Research Center, one of the leading manufacturers of scent products for hunters. For those of you not real familiar with that, among the most popular scent products are doe urine or doe and estrus type scents. We're a family-owned company in Minnesota. We've been in this business for over 40 years. I'm also the president of the RHSA, the Responsible Hunting Scent Association. And what that does is we manage and implement the DPP, or the Deer Protection Program. This program establishes and implements biosecurity measures, best management practices for urine-based hunting scent manufacturers and their collection facilities. So, as I mentioned, I can't speak for all the deer farming. We're only involved in a very small piece of that industry. There's less than a dozen facilities in our program that supply cervid urine to all the key brands in the hunting industry, all those brands that you see at the retailers. The facilities are very specialized and focused on what they do. CWD really got onto our radar in the early 2000s as CWD was getting more and more attention. Back then, some folks started asking if cervid urine could be a risk of spreading CWD. So we did a lot of research and reached out to experts, authors of published studies on this topic, some of the people that are on this call. We learned that the level of prions in these various tissues and excreta from infected animals vary significantly, brain and lymphoid being the highest, less in muscle and digestive tissue, and even less in blood, saliva, and feces, and the least amount in urine. Levels in urine are so low that it took the development of ultra-sensitive testing protocols like RT-QuIC to even be able to detect the prions in urine. In no published study has a deer been successfully infected with urine. Only in highly susceptible transgenic mice inoculated in unnatural ways with ultra-concentrated urine have infections being able to be done with urine. From all of our research, we determined that when considering the practical aspects of how our products are actually used in the field, that deer aren't really consuming them, or how they interact with them, the risk of urine-based scents really didn't pose a measurable risk of spreading CWD. But we continued to take action and safeguard our industry and what we were doing. Urine used by the responsible hunting scent manufacturers like us and essentially all the major brands out there that you see at hunting retailers is collected at facilities that are continuously monitored for CWD under the CWD herd certification program or equivalent. Furthermore, responsible scent manufacturers and their collection facilities participate in the RHSA Deer Protection Program, or the DPP it's called. This is a robust certification program to bring their practices to an even higher level. This program was created almost a decade ago with the help of the Archery Trade Association and with input from wildlife agencies, disease experts, industry experts, and many others. This program requires increased monitoring, inspections. We require closed herds and other facility requirements well beyond what's required by the USDA. They go above and beyond to keep the product safe. These measures have created a lot of additional costs to our collection facilities, but they do offer a lot of protection to the animals the urine we use comes from. To date, there's never been a CWD detection at a deer protection program facility. Furthermore, in 2019, Wildlife Research Center and another leading scent manufacturer began having our cervid urine tested using RT-Quick by an independent third-party laboratory, CWD Evolution. Many universities and organizations throughout the world are using and exploring RT-Quick for CWD testing applications, including a potential basis for field tests, live animal tests, and many other applications. At this time, there's approximately 40 peer-reviewed scientific papers that have validated its reliability in testing excreta and tissues, and CWD Evolution has more than a decade of RT-Quick testing experience. Today, all of the RHSA Deer Protection Program participants are required to test every lot of urine prior to bottling and packaging to test and certify that no CWD is detected. All these products on the market are clearly labeled with the DPP certification checkmark and the RT-Quick tested logo. Our industry really cares about wild deer, elk, and all cervids. The wild herds are critical to our hunting traditions. We sponsor and contribute to hundreds of organizations, events, media outlets to protect this valuable resource and promote the sport of hunting. Our products contribute to local economies across the country. Most of all, they provide an important deer management tool that helps hunters be more successful in the field. Our industry is very fortunate to have a well-developed, reliable way to test the materials that we're using in our products. We're fortunate in our industry that even though it is very costly and burdensome, we can manage the costs and the practical consequences of the extra measures we take. Some of the things that we do don't work for a lot of the deer farming industry. We're very specialized. Out of all of our requirements, I believe the testing of our urine is by far the most important, because at the end of the day, the bottom line for us is that we can confirm that no CWD prions are detected in that urine. Testing is expensive, but I believe in the short term, meaning the next 5 to 10 years, developing and improving live test protocols is one of the most valuable tools for the captive cervid industry to prevent the spread of CWD. If facilities like Sean's can efficiently, reliably, and economically test deer, they can better protect their herds and prevent the spread of CWD. Wildlife managers worry about how wild herds could get CWD from captive populations. Captive cervid operations worry about how their herds could get CWD from other facilities, other factors, and from wild herds. And regardless of what anyone says, you know, I've seen a lot of distrust and conflict between these groups. For us in the scent industry, we're perhaps a little bit unique because we essentially have a foot on both sides of the fence, and we have to see both points of view. I feel both sides have opportunities and abilities to offer to each other and to offer all of us in the fight against CWD. I really hope to see the future of CWD management continue to include both sides of the fence coming together at the table to find common solutions, working together and listen to each other. There's still a lot we don't know about CWD, and in 5, 10, 20 years, we're still going to be saying the same thing. There's no doubt. But we do know a lot. And if we focus on what we do know and keep adding to that and organize it and do what this committee is tasked to do, I really believe we can accomplish a lot. I'm really proud of what the scent industry has done, that competitors have come together. We've worked with wildlife agencies, with cervid farmers, with disease experts, industry experts, and many other stakeholders in all this to find practical solutions that really do make a difference and help all of us out on this. We've been able to proactively create a program that safeguards both wild and captive cervids, our industry, and safeguard a product that hunters really value. It's easy for retailers to carry, for hunters to choose, and for wildlife agencies to recommend responsible scent products with the DPP certification mark and the RT Quick Tested logo. What keeps me up at night? It's just bad information. There's a lot of information out there. There's some really good information. And sometimes I see bad information get printed over and over again, or bad conclusions. As we all know, there's a lot of nuance to all this. And, you know, just taking a simple fact and jumping to a bunch of conclusions from it drives a lot of bad information out there. And I see press releases, I see news stories, even from trusted sources, that jump to conclusions that when you really dig into the data aren't right. And we see that affect us. We get into a lot of conversations and a lot of situations with wildlife agencies and different groups. And unfortunately, when a bad piece of information has to get disputed, it erodes the credibility of some really good organizations. And then on the important things, the correct things that they are putting out there, it erodes the credibility on that, and it just kind of sets us all back a little bit. So, you know, my challenge to this committee and to everyone involved is to help get this information more streamlined, available to everybody, get things cleaned up out there, and that for everybody to work together, listen to each other, and find practical solutions that we can all live with and make some serious progress with in managing this disease. Thank you.
Sam, thank you very much. We really appreciate that. So we'll turn to our last speaker in this panel, Glenn Zebarth. Dr. Zebarth, I think you're on by phone. So we'll
Yes, I am.
want you to go ahead. Thanks very much for joining us.
Yes, I am. Thank you, and thank you for inviting me. And thanks Sean Schaefer and Sam Burgesson for their presentations. Schaefer actually covered a large swath of the things that I was going to mention, but I'll try to focus on some individual things. I'm a practicing veterinarian, did dairy practice for 35 years. I own a herd of elk of 250 to 350 head. I'm the past president of a 501c3 corporation, the Elk Research Council, and a day-to-day practitioner of cervids. In fertility work primarily anymore, semen collection and AI. Historically, on your first question of the mechanism of introduction into captive cervid populations, I attended the first meeting that veterinarian from Canadian CFIA, Dr. Eric Boughton, presented in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, reporting on a elk cow with CWD as the first farmed cervid animal to have CWD, and that cow had originated from South Dakota. The tracebacks followed to that herd in South Dakota. That herd was followed, monitored, and subsequently depopulated. The Elk Research Council obtained a number of those animals and maintained a herd of exposed and infected animals in an isolated facility for approximately 7 years, and served as a source of animals primarily for tissues and samples. And I hauled all those animals when they first were noted clinical to Wyoming Diagnostic Lab, and Beth Williams and I posted all of those animals, and some of them Dr. Williams did herself. I attended subsequently after that a meeting in Saskatoon by George Luderbach, where he laid out on a simple chalkboard a beautiful epidemiological trace of 36 farms in Saskatchewan, that had bought and purchased CWD via animals from other farms. Went from farm to farm, some direct, some indirect. And these both were occurrences before, of course, before the model surveillance program. The model surveillance program was developed and taken to USHA and developed, or approved at USHA. And it was involved with Dr. Sam Holland and Steve Wolcott, a producer from Colorado. And that program has basically been very effective at stopping the movement from farm to farm in the elk industry of chronic wasting disease. That program involves a 5-year quarantine or depopulation and a 5-year trace out. The Canadian surveillance and control program chose and involved 36 months. And it seems to me that the 5-year trace out, and that was adopted at the urging of Dr. Elizabeth Williams, that we go with 5 years instead of 36 months. In retrospect, I think that was a good idea because it seems to have been more effective than a 36-month program. That has done a lot in the elk industry of helping control large herd, large number expansions across moving animals, positive animals across state lines and from herd to herd. Presently, the herds that are infected tend to be small numbers of animals. 1 animal, 2 animals. An example would be that I am familiar with and was the attending veterinarian for years for a red deer herd 15 minutes north of the Minnesota Diagnostic Lab in St. Paul, Minnesota. Consequently, every animal immediately found dead went to the diagnostic lab. That herd was closed for 10 years. Every animal was posted and tested immediately. 1 animal, 20 months of age, a female red deer, was found to be strongly positive. The 67 pen mates were immediately killed and were all negative. All 550 animals were depopulated over several years, and everyone was negative. So in Sean Schaefer's question about the epidemiology, where did that 1 animal become infected? It would be my opinion, and it was the opinion of the owner of that herd, that facility is in a planned community in St. Paul, and there are a lot of people in that community. Tends to be an upscale community, hunt in Wisconsin. And that was prior to a lot of the restrictions that are in place today on movement of carcasses and carcass parts. That herd also had a lot of turkeys, wild turkeys that flew in and out and would have coyotes. So I think the positive agent somehow moved into that herd. And Dr. Spraker has reported, and has reported verbally at least, that most of the elk herds that are found nowadays are low numbers, low incidences. Minnesota had CWD a number of years ago, and the state of Minnesota has not had an elk herd with CWD for 14 years. It's been free of CWD in the elk population for 14 years, and currently actually doesn't have any cervid herds with CWD. And so, to answer your second question about management practices, moving animals from monitored herds has been a very beneficial practice and a good practice to keep the incidence of CWD at a minimum. Scott Wells is going to be doing an excellent presentation on risk factors involving movement. And as a veterinarian, I think the important thing is the veterinarians and people working with captive cervid herds do them the same way as we did in dairy practice. That they use individual syringes and equipment. They use sanitized boots or disposable boots, and just use good animal health, clean rules when going from farm to farm. And so I think if everybody can act as a dairy practitioner, that does help eliminate some of the herd-to-herd transmission. What it does not eliminate is this sporadic one case, either from the feed sources, such as Sean talked about in detail, or scavenger movement, such as the wild turkeys. Another specific example is on my farm. I have a 500-acre farm. Like I said, I have 250 to 300 elk, and I have some pastured and some I raise corn and beans. And I have a waterway that goes through a 40-acre slough on the farm, and it's shallow water, and temporarily in the summer fills full of carp, and in the winter they freeze. And those carp are dead, and not last winter, but the winter before, I counted 120 eagles on the ice in the spring of that slough, eating carp as they were frozen in the ice and floated up. And there were 120 eagles on the ice, I specifically counted, plus other eagles in the tree. And they would pick one of those carp up and fly it over and dump it in my pasture, and about 5 or 6 of them would have a battle royal over that carcass. Now, I have to believe that some of those eagles had, at who knows when, but within some time, eaten a deer carcass from an endemic area. They were not year-round residents in that area. So how many times that case reoccurs, I don't know. But that, to me, is a risk factor that we've not been able to control with the herd program that's in place now. And the control for that is a resistant animal. So on the mechanism, at one time, I think it was moving animals from positive herds. I think now it's an off-site source of the agent, feed or risk materials. And the answer to the thing now is a resistant animal. And so I, along with other people, think the answer, one of our best answers at this time, is Chris Seabury's genomic prediction. Way back in 1999, Catherine O'Rourke published an article that some people on the panel, Mike Miller and myself, were contributing authors, that surveyed CWD and free-ranging farm cervids and found that at the 132nd codon, MMs were overrepresentative in the positive group and LLs were underrepresentative. So I think using the LL gene and using the genomic prediction is our best chance. Other ways to try and produce a resistant animal would be vaccine. And there are some companies in Canada attempting to do that. Their first trial run was unsuccessful, but that does not mean that they won't be at some time, and that would be a good way to do that. The LLs study was done, Dr. Amir did, on MMs, LLs, and LMs on challenge study were given a large dose of Ames. The MMs became infected at 29 months, the LMs at 36 months, and the LLs in excess of 60 months, 60 to 72 months. So fairly well proved an increased incubation period. If the LLs are removed prior to 6 years of age, in some heavily infected facilities, they've not had a return of CWD, and that's an oral report from the Colorado Division of Wildlife, Dr. Mary Wood. On the future role of live animal testing, I am in agreement with the position put forward by the North American Elk Breeders Association. And that involves three main components. One would be to use the live animal testing, antemortem testing, as a whole herd test to screen animals for the purpose of test and cull in positive herds. So used as an alternative to mass depopulation if the herd owner chooses to do so. If they choose to do mass depopulation, the association would still be in favor of that. An exoneration of CWD exposed animals, the antemortem test on specific exposed animals for trace-in and trace-outs. And then developing and trying to use it as opening commerce to closed markets, use of an antemortem test on specific animals desired for movement into or within a jurisdiction that currently prohibits entry. What keeps me awake at night is the sporadic occurrence in elk that we're seeing now, in that I could live animal test my herd today and it could be negative, and down the road, not too distant future, I could have a positive case. And that would put me out of business, and that would be, I would think, the greatest risk would be the sporadic things we saw move to a small number, and the prevention and control of that is a resistant animal via vaccination, not available at this time, by combination of the genomic predictions, such as Dr. Seabury is working on and doing in deer, and hopefully developing in the process of developing for elk, and perhaps combined with the genomic LL program at the 132nd codon. I can tell you I have a herd of a lot of LLs, and the production and the ability of the animals is exactly the same as the MMs and the LMs, the fertility and everything else. The only other way third to do would be to produce a completely resistant animal. I think those are the notes that I had to add what Sean had.
Thank you, Dr. Zebarth. We really appreciate that. And thank you to all three of our presenters this morning. It's great information for us, and we're very appreciative of your time. So we have a few minutes for questions and answers. So I'll open it up to committee members at this time.
And our remote committee members, if you raise your hand, we'll know to call on you. I'm sure that you all have important questions as well as those in the room.
Sean, this is Nick. I had a question about payment. So you're paying all the postmortem testing right now? Like the deer farmers pay for all their postmortem testing? Go through or no?
Hey, can you repeat that? My volume was turned off. I apologize.
Sorry. So I'm just curious about testing. So you pay for all the postmortem testing, right?
Correct.
Basically, like, you know, general testing. Who pays for, like, when a farm is under quarantine and live animal testing has to be done? Who pays for that?
The farmer does. So we have there's only been a couple times where, like I said, they've went in the herds and to get off of a quarantine, the farmer pays for that. Now, if it's at a depop situation where they're going to come in and kill off your herd, then USDA purchases those animals, pays indemnity, and then they actually, become their property. They pay for it at that point. They pay for all the diagnostics at that point. But the live testing at this time, to do for the trace out work and all that is on the producer.
Have you heard anything about pooled testing?
A little bit, yes. It works well. I think and Sam probably talked about that. They use that more in the urine industry. If we get, so, and maybe I'll have you elaborate more, but if I understand you right, like we're going to go rectal biopsy all of them and then pool it and test it, that would lower my cost. But my issue isn't so much the cost as it is how many times can I live test that animal. That's what I'm more concerned with is, I can only poke or, snip it so many times, and we're going to run out of, we need to develop a better test. And I don't know how much you followed this, and I should probably hook you up with them, but this RNA based test is looking really well for a blood test. So something like that would work really well. And then, yeah, is it sensitive enough, like you say, to do the pooled?
Okay. You just mentioned that like it was expensive testing a lot of young animals, and I was just wondering if any of it, but pooling in general, I don't know how much has been done on that, and I honestly don't know how much has been looked at, like the number of samples you can collect rectal biopsies from either. And
correct, some of that might regenerate. Yeah, we don't know, especially using RT Quick, and you probably know better than anything on that. Right now, we're limited by the follicle count with IHC, but RT Quick, I think we used RT Quick on those rectals. We could do probably lots of them, So.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Nick, this is Glenn Zebarth. In the state of Minnesota, the Board of Animal Health, the State Board of Animal Health, pays for the post-mortem testing on the surveillance programs.
Yeah, there's a handful of states left that, one or two that still pay for the testing, but it's pretty rare nowadays.
So David Finoff, please.
Thanks, guys. I really appreciated it. It's fascinating to hear, especially about the industry stuff that I know so little. I have a question. I think, Sean, this might be best for you, but I've read both those industry analyses that were really nice and done at Texas A&M, and the first one had that nice, these are the number of facilities per state type data. Does that data exist from the second? Did they also do a mapping of that for the update? Like, is the industry about the same size, or has it expanded significantly, and where? Like,
no, it actually is down a little bit. We see here in just the last couple of years, in the state of Texas, which one of our largest states, they were up to just about 1,400 herds. And I think right now, the other day I heard was like 700. The state of Pennsylvania, which was right around that 1,000, I think is right around 400. Minnesota, Glenn talked about his, I think they're down. They were at one time were at 300. They're down to 100 and some. The regulatory, the part of this is just, the closing of the borders and stopping the movement of animals. I mean, it has really put a chokehold on a lot of the industry. And so, no, the industry has shrunk, I would say. And we can flip this around and back to animal agriculture. Maybe it's just the nature of the beast, but there's not as many dairy farms there used to be too, and I think about when I growing up, geez, we must have had 20 dairies in my local area. And I think we're down to 2 right now. But I think if you count, I think we have just as many dairy cows. Does that make sense? So the industry itself, the demand is still there. The meat consumption, the venison consumption, the antler consumption, production is still needed. The hunting industry has not shrunk a bit. If anything, I think has actually increased. So what we're probably seeing is some of the smaller hobby guys might have got out of it. Some of the people that were just raising a handful of deer, but production guys like myself, commercial that have several hundred head. We've probably increased. I used to have 150. Now I got, going to be pushing 300. So the industry has stayed fairly consistent. We actually increased through the 2000s, but I'd say we have leveled off right now. And the biggest thing that's holding us up right now is these, some of the latest discoveries of CWD and in the lockdowns, in the state of Texas has probably been the toughest one. But no, the industry I would say is just kind of staying the same right now.
Okay. That's super useful. And then what the depopulation and when these actions are taken, I understand like what you said about the USDA stepping in and taking care of that, but in your experience, what do most of these farmers do to kind of get back to business? Do they stay in this, or do they try something else, or do they and how do those regulations impact their ability to either start fresh or switch or whatever?
So the majority of the industry right now has gotten out of the industry. When they become positive, they're historically they had zero opportunity from that point on, so they went out of business. And if you go back many years, the beginning of the program, there were they would go out of business, and some of them tried to get back in 5 years later. They had to let the pen sit empty for 5 years. They got back in, and then they got the disease again. So we know that, like you say, once environment's contaminated, I mean, that's simple science. It's there. Without the tools, historically, we never had the genetic tools that we do today in the live testing. So those herds, it was a death sentence. Their livelihoods were gone. What do you do with it? Some people put cattle back in there. Some busted up, planted crops in these pens. It all depended on the worst part about this, what people understand, like when you talk about that economic impact we did, the big driving force from that, if you read that, is my land here. I mean, it's not the best land. I hate to say that I got terrible land, but I do. I have really sandy, terrible land. It isn't very fertile, doesn't grow much of a crop, doesn't grow very good grass. I can't run many cattle on it. I can make a heck of an living on deer. A lot of marginal land, a lot of rocky, hilly, trees, wooded. Glenn talked about that slough on his. I mean, you can take land that doesn't have very much production value. You still got to pay taxes on it, but your production value truly isn't very well, and you can make a good living on it. So now when you take away that livelihood, a lot of those producers don't have other options. So the other option, they leave the farm. They might still live there, but they're going into town now and working. They're taking other off the farm jobs to support the family and get their kids through school, so they're no longer putting income back into the rural economy, into the veterinarians, the feed mills, so that's the bad part. Thankfully, though, in recent times, we've seen several areas, Pennsylvania within their core area, South Dakota within their CWD positive zones, they're going in live testing. They're going and testing the genetics, and they're removing positive animals. They're breeding up the resistant animals. They're still allowing their producers to move animals, not positive animals. Everybody always says, oh, they're moving positive animals. No, not positive animals. They're moving healthy animals, but still within these CWD zones. Not every state has a CWD zone. In North Dakota, I don't have any outlets for my deer within our CWD areas. We have CWD in North Dakota, but nowhere that has farmed animals, so or a hunt ranch that I can sell to. South Dakota, in most of these states they do have, so they're allowing their animals to move, live test, do the genetic work, and stay in business. So we see a light on, on the horizon there that, hey, we've got some options coming. I think we just need to fine tune them and develop them.
This is Glenn Zebarth. The state of Colorado has some terminal hunt facilities that they allow animals to be moved to. The control program mandates that the fence be maintained for 5 years and that they not put any cervids in that facility.
Yeah, that's a good point, Glenn. With Colorado has actually been doing that for almost 2 decades. They've been doing that a long time and allowing animals to go to those hunt ranches. And that is a good point. Yes. When I said about breaking up the land and farming, when you do a depopulation, it is in there that you cannot take those fences down. So that's written right into the herd plans. So thank you, Glenn, for correcting me on that too, adding that.
Thank you, guys.
And that, of course, would be an excellent place for a resistant animal.
Exactly.
We have a question from one of our live stream viewers. This is from Tim Condict. Oops, wait, the question went away. Okay. We're getting to you, Tim, sorry.
Hi, the question is, the longest trace out in history for whitetails is 20 months, and whitetails test positive much faster than elk. Shouldn't there be 2 different lengths of times for trace out surveillance? 3 years is more than enough for whitetails.
And I guess if I thinking what he says there, I kind of mentioned that too. 24 to 30 months is kind of an incubation period on a whitetail deer. The elk's a little bit longer. And as Glenn said in his talk, I think the 60-month program I have no issue with. What I have issue with is the lack of people having the guts. So what happens is when you get that quarantine for that 60 months, they throw that broad net, they lock everybody down. That's traced back to a herd that's epi-linked for 60 months. It's really easy to just say, let's just make them ride out to 60 and then it's off our back. Monkey's not on our back if something happens. I mean, we just force them to no income for 60 months. That's tough to do. But if you study the epi and you look at it and you do the trace outs and you analyze their number of deaths, their number of samples, the number of slaughter animals, test at slaughter. If you can look at it and say, God, they have tested, well above the average percentage of what the average death loss in a herd is like 4.3%. If you're testing at that 4.3 or above, you go to a herd and he's got no deaths, whatever. Well, no deaths would be good too. You got healthy animals. But if you're getting surveillance out of that herd, if you have adequate surveillance out of that herd, and there are no missing pieces, there's no red flags, you should be able to release a herd that's at 32 months or, 31 months, 38 months, whatever, 40 months. So the 60-month is somehow got confused. It's not an automatic 60-month death sentence. It's not. I mean, but what we have, and we have the program standards, Tracy's going to be talking later on, Dr. Nichols will be talking about that, is being revised, and I'm hopeful that'll get addressed, because right now it is a 60-month automatic. I think we should look at 60. I'm fine with that. But we should also then, within a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, whatever, a timeline, they should release those herds that are not, epi, that don't look like they are the positive source. If there's nothing tying them in, they should get released. That'd be my thoughts. I hope that addresses Tim's comment question.
Tiffany.
Hi, this is Tiffany Wolf. I have a question for both Sean and then another question for Dr. Zebarth. Sean, I am wondering if you had mentioned, and I appreciate the fact that you were talking about lack of epidemiological studies and such to evaluate some of these control methods in captive facilities. One thing that I'm wondering about, you talked about testing, age at testing, and asked what does the index animal look like? That index animals have not been less than 16 months of age. And I'm just wondering where that particular data comes from.
From personally knowing the people, I guess. And that's the sad part about this epi, and I don't know how many, Dr. John Fisher, John Fisher and I have, known each other for years and traveled the country. Finally, he's retired now, so we don't get to interact as much as we used to. But John had introduced a resolution at U.S. Animal Health Association several times and brought it back up. And we co-authored it one time and asking for this epi information. And sadly, it's not there. And maybe Tracy will be able to speak better to it, but I don't think it's there. That information comes from myself knowing personally. So what happens right now when Glenn gets the call that, he is a positive, he had a positive animal, usually the first person Glenn calls then would be Sean Schaefer. I know these people, and that's the tough part about this industry being small like it is I have a personal relationship and contact with all of them. And if it's somebody that I don't know, when they receive that call, I get to know them really well because they call me, and I get to know them. And the first thing I do is we tear that herd apart. We try to find out where was the, what slipped through the cracks, what happened here, what went wrong, what can we do to prevent the next guy, So we have analyzed it, and but officially, is there data there? That'd be a question for Tracy. But I can tell you, because I have done the traces and I have looked, I know the people, and the animals aren't finding. The index animals always at 16-month age or older. It's just not happening. And be a good question for her. Don't misunderstand me though. Yes, less than 6 months. Yes, less than a year become positive. And I know, like Nick said, part of what I'm talking about the expense. Is it a huge expense? No, it's not a huge expense. I'm probably not advocating to change that because it probably costs me an additional 3 to 4 animals to test it a year. Well, that's probably only a couple $100, maybe, $300-400. So it's not breaking the bank. But the point to it is the industry has tightened it and tightened it and tightened it. And it hasn't found any more disease. And I think that bodes to the fact that, we are not missing the disease. It's not slipping through the cracks. We're not driving underground. We're not hiding it. We have tightened up our program, but it has not shown anymore that, hey, we're the, when you're on a witch hunt trying to say there, it's hiding, is smoldering in there. You're just not finding it. No, it's not. We find it when you get it, it incubates, it matures, it comes up and boom, it's there. But it's usually in that older animal that shows you first. And then those younger ones that get it, normally when you find those, it's when when there was no indemnity and the herd was left on the landscape to percolate and incubate for an additional year or longer. And at those times, those animals, just like somebody's resistant, I don't know if you've been reading some of the chat talking about the SS animals that get CWD. Every animal, and I don't care if we're talking COVID or whatever, dose dependency is huge in disease control. And there is, I don't know of anybody, any vaccine, any genetic resistant, anything that can live 24/7 exposure to immersed in disease for nonstop. That's why I say when we find disease, we should quickly get in there and live test, see if there's any more, and we should remove them. 6 months later, we should probably live test again, remove some more. Until we get no more, then maybe go to a year or whatever. But we need to get more on the management side of this instead of the reactive side, and that's why I talk about the, even on the wildlife side, the surveillance in the wild without any type of true, management tool to change on the landscape. What is it? What do you gain? And that's with us. We need to get more into the genomic breeding, use the live testing in the positive situations, and we can definitely manage and work with this disease.
This is Glenn. I don't mean to interrupt here between, but I'd asked Dr. Haley, Nick Haley, if the work that he did in the heavily contaminated herd, Motherwell, at how young age did he find CWD in elk?
I'll just say we were only testing once a year, so we had yearlings that were positive, but not very frequently.
So Tiffany, you have a follow-up and then we'll give Nick the last question.
Yeah, Glenn, I guess, too, you mentioned, and this is just clarifications on what you had talked about. One of the first things you said was in comparing US response, the USHA program 5-year quarantine and trace out to the Canadian 3-year quarantine trace out, you felt the US program was more effective. I'm just wondering if that's what, if there's published data on that. And similarly, in regard to the information you shared, Terry Spraker's comments that the positive herds have actually had low prevalence levels. And I'm assuming that's in reference to elk herds in particular. So can you clarify?
The second question, Terry Spraker's, that was just an oral comment specifically. I remember it was when I contacted him about sampling the red deer herd, the 500 red deer. And he said that recent cases they'd been seeing, it usually ends up being, small numbers. So not published data that I know of. And the same way with the difference between the U.S. and Canadian program. The one fact I am aware of is that Canada allowed repopulation of a facility 36 months after had been depopulated. And I know a number of those facilities that broke with CWD after repopulating in 36 months. A good friend of mine repopulated twice and became infected both times after 36 months.
And them were all in the early 2000s too, early in the program. Just to point that out.
Yes, yep.
That's not recent
You're
years.
right. Absolutely. That was early, and so
Just like the animal from South Dakota that went to Canada.
My memory and the main pusher for that was Dr. Williams.
Yeah, I'd like to point out too that animal from South Dakota that went to Canada, that was prior to 1996, I think. That was real early.
Yeah, that was the first reported cow.
Correct. And then
and
that herd in South Dakota also had connections to Colorado.
If you talk about epidemiology, there's a trace of that animal to the Denver Zoo.
Correct. There you go. Thank you, Glenn. And I think from there somewhere maybe in that Denver Zoo to the Toronto Zoo. But that dot somehow disappeared from the map. But if you really take it back.
Okay,
Dr.
hang on, folks.
Go ahead.
Mike reminds me that that has been published, so that's good to know. So Nick, last question. Thank you.
I have a few questions for Sam that I hope can go speedily. But so you mentioned I'm curious what the value of the urine industry is. You mentioned that there are less than a dozen producers. Is that just working for you or the industry in general?
That's pretty much for the industry in general. So all the major brands that you see at the retail stores that really account for, I would estimate 99% of the urine-based scents by volume come from a small group of manufacturers and that are supplied by that less than a dozen collection facilities. Like Sean kind of alluded to earlier, it's a very specialized deal. So people who are really in it are really in it. So
is there a publication somewhere that talks about the value of that industry?
There's nothing published. All the companies that are in the urine-based scent industry are private companies and whatnot, but based on, I guess how I would look at it is you have over 10 million deer hunters in the United States. Mostly our products are used by deer hunters or some elk hunters and some other stuff. A very high percentage of hunters use our products, use urine-based scents. I would say it'd be very fair to say it's tens of millions of dollars at retail.
Okay. The deer protection program, do you have a link that you can send us to what that entails? Like,
we have a website, responsiblescents.com.
Okay.
If I could add on to Sam's, I think one thing there too is that he said earlier when, you know, it is back to the part about I know all these collectors and producers, when of all the CWD in every state, any country, anywhere, not one of these producers has ever been positive. So if we're looking for how did it get to Mississippi or Arkansas, how did it get to these states that don't have a farm cervid program, and how did it get over to Norway? Initially it was, well, it was sent there possibly on descent, but we've never had a positive collector. So it really bites you. And I think Sam's light on his numbers. It's well more than $10 million. The scent industry is huge. But all these states that close or stop the movement or sell or use of urine-based scents, it's sad because there's no science backing it up, because they said there's never been a positive animal collected yet. So that's not the source. But thank you. Sorry I interrupted, Sam.
And then, so last question for you, Sam. The RT quick testing, and I'm asking because I know the answer, but I want to hear from you.
Yep.
Who standardized that, and where is it done?
So it's done by Dr. Davin Henderson, who runs CWD Evolutions. He came from Colorado State University and was there with you, Dr. Haley, and that's where that testing was standardized and figured out there. So
the USDA has had no insight in how that testing has been set up.
they have not, and I know that there's people looking at getting USDA approval on different forms of RT quick testing. The problem with our situation is that the simple fact is testing urine is very effective, but it's a terrible way to diagnose a deer, because the levels of prions in an infected deer are so low in urine that if you have an infected deer, if you test the urine, most of the time you're not even going to find prions in that urine. So for us, we're kind of in a unique position because our product is the urine. So we can simply test the urine and that's the end product. For Sean and Glenn, it's much more complicated because you have a deer and, they could test the urine of the deer, but that's not going to be a useful tool for them because they want to know if their animals have CWD. We can be very confident that testing our product, the product is clean and safe. Testing urine specifically is not going to be a priority for the USDA because of that nuance.
Okay, great, thank you.
If I could add, is there something, if this panel could come up with a recommendation, I know when it's talking about the transmissions or whatever, I mean, and if it shows that this isn't a transmission, if something could be said to that point, that we don't feel that the urine industry is moving or is a major source or whatever, because right now these states that have, Arkansas, whatever, these states that have closed their border or stopped the use of urine-based scents, they were looking for some type of data or some, if an organization such as your own, a panel of experts could put something out there that these state wildlife agencies could reference, that would really be helpful. So thank you.
So let me thank all three of you for spending time with us this morning. We really appreciate your sharing your experiences and your expertise. It's enormously helpful for us. And thank you again. We're running a little bit late, and I think that's okay because we've had really good, rich discussion. So let's reconvene at 20 after. We'll just take a short break and reconvene at 20 after 11 and meet with Scott Wells. So welcome back to everyone. Running a few minutes late, but I think that's not a problem. We'll catch up. So we're pleased for our next presenter to have Dr. Scott Wells from University of Minnesota. Scott's a old colleague and friend of mine, so it's good to catch up with him. And he's going to talk about the movement of CWD in captive herds and a little bit about surveillance and some other data and risk factors. So Scott, wonderful to see you, and it's all yours. Thank you.
Good morning. It's still morning here, and great to see you, Dr. King, and certainly pleased to have the opportunity to present to this group. Certainly you got a really big task, and hopefully can really make a big difference with this disease. I do have a presentation, if I can be given permission to share from whoever's the host.
We're getting that to you.
Okay, thank you. A little bit about my background. I'm a veterinarian and I'm an epidemiologist at the University of Minnesota Department of Veterinary Population Medicine for a good number of years. But before that, I was a dairy practitioner in Wisconsin back in the day. And then I decided I'd rather figure out how to prevent disease instead of treat disease. So I went and got a PhD here from Minnesota. And then was hired under the Centers for Epidemiology and Animal Health, what it's called now, with the NOMS program back in the 90s. So I worked with APHIS for a number of years, a great experience. And before leaving the University of Minnesota, I've really focused on predominantly control, prevention, surveillance of infectious diseases in ruminants. And a lot of work with Johne's disease a number of years ago. And actually that there was a National Academy of Sciences report of that disease that was also played a really big role, very helpful. So I really applaud you all and hopefully look forward to giving you all the information I can. In this case, focusing on chronic wasting disease. So I started work with chronic wasting disease probably over 10 years ago now, predominantly when that red deer herd in Minnesota was detected that Dr. Zebarth mentioned. Question was, how in the world did this herd get infected with all of the different biosecurity measures that were in place? And the request from the state veterinarian, Minnesota at the time. And then a few years later, she in that case asked me again, hey, we're having problems. What can we do? What can we do? And I said, well, let's look at the data. Let's try to evaluate the data, the epidemiologic data that's already available to see if we can better understand what's going on, which led to, thanks to their funding and support in Minnesota, but also in Wisconsin, this paper we published a couple of years ago, looking at risk. Really, it was an exposure assessment for CWD. What happens with these epi investigations that Sean mentioned is that these are all done after a herd's positive. They're done one by one. They're trying to figure out how this herd get infected, and then they're kind of set aside. Well, we said, okay, let's look at these together. What can we learn from this? Looking at the exposures. We know we can't tell exactly how each herd was infected, but what are the exposures that each of these herds experienced? And we looked, first of all, with a systematic literature review, or what are all the ways that this, based on published work, what are all the ways that this, the infectious material can be spread from one animal to another through the portals of exit and entry? And therefore, what are the different exposure pathways that are possible from infected farm cervids and infected wild cervids, whether these are direct or indirect routes? And then put together a scoring system, if you will, from each of these pathways, each row, whether from direct contact with infected cervus or indirect contact with infected cervids. What are some practices that are considered high risk, which we labeled in red here for the ease of seeing? What are some practices that are sort of in between, or maybe we don't understand very well, that are in yellow? And then what are some negligible risk practices? So for example, introduction of farm cervids, we knew that was an important risk. And if a farm had brought in an animal from another farm later found to be positive, certainly we'd all agree that's a high risk. If they brought on animals, but from herds that were test negative, which was the status, because all herds at this point in late 2018 and 19 had already been testing all of their deads post-mortem. And if they brought on animals in the last 5 years, but animals that were all test negative, or from herds that were test negative, we gave them this yellow score. And if they didn't bring on any animals at all in the previous 5 years, then that would be negligible risk. And we looked at each of these, whether it was direct contact then with wild cervids, if they were from an endemic area, or if it was indirect contact either through introduction of cervid parts, through hunting or taxidermy, depending on where those parts came from, and other kinds of indirect pathways. At that point, we didn't really understand very well, but we knew that there should be or could be some risk from sharing equipment, contaminated feed, water, scavengers, etc. And then we looked at all of the cases that had occurred in Minnesota and Wisconsin up to that point in time. That was early 2019. So you can see this is an epidemic curve, but what we did is added some information to that. So we sort of color coded them and marked it further based on if it was one of these higher known risk pathways, if it was this lower or unknown risk pathway in yellow, and then the negligible risk in green. And we could see that, and this is both states. We also have some letters on there indicating if the highest risk exposure was with a farm cervid or a wild deer or parts or some other pathway. And a key thing here is you can see that the colors seem to change. Early on, they're mostly reds. Most of these had what we'd all consider to be a higher known risk pathway. But later on, that didn't seem to be the case. And specifically, what we found, what we presented in this paper, is that, just over half of these positive farms had what we call a known higher risk exposure. 35% introduced cervids from another farm, later detected with CWD. 24% reported fencing breaches in areas with CWD and wild deer. A few of these, 6% introduced cervid parts from an endemic areas. But that meant, of course, that the other 44% did not have that known higher risk exposure. So how were they likely infected? Interestingly enough, this is almost 2/3 of the positive cases since 2015. So from 2015 up to early 2019. There seemed to be a change going on. I think Sean mentioned this in his presentation as well. 20% of these herds had not introduced any cervids from any other herds in the previous 5 years. About 3/4 of these also were located within 50 miles of a CWD-infected wild deer. And just over a quarter of those had double perimeter fencing to prevent direct contact with wild deer. Why did we use 50 miles? Well, that was the way that the data was reported to us from the state's database. We were looking at the case investigation records. We didn't go back to the farms or do additional work. So interesting enough, that 50 miles is just what was available. I'm not saying that that's the risk level at all. So it seems like that, number one, there's a change in the risk patterns, and number two, a lot of these herds are located within 50 miles of CWD-infected wild deer, which then led us to submit a proposal to APHIS for funding to really look at this more clearly, more comprehensively. We were also able to attract Pennsylvania, Department of Ag in Pennsylvania, to our group to have 3 states that have had quite a number of CWD positive farm cervids, or cervid farms, I should say, and try to understand these risk factors. And this paper was just published earlier this year, where we've really identified these 5 different pathways of infection: direct or indirect contact with infected wild cervids, direct and indirect or indirect contact from infected farm cervids, and this middle group, which is infection with infected carcasses, either through hunting or taxidermy. And then from going to farms and looking at the available CWD positive farms, and then identifying controls that were matched based loosely, I would say, but based on herd size, based on location, and based on the surveillance system, because Pennsylvania and Wisconsin have different levels of surveillance depending on if they're in the federal herd certification program or the state program. So we wanted to make sure we were comparing these as close as we could. And then we collected some information from the state department, the animal health agencies, some from the state wildlife agencies, and also others from voluntarily contributed questionnaires to these producers. We ended up with a total of 71 herds. There was, trying to remember the exact numbers, but roughly a third of those were case farms, roughly 2/3 of those were control farms. And what do we find? Very simply, there seem to be two or maybe three pathways, most important pathways of infection in terms of evaluating these risk factors. Certainly one of these was introduction of a farm cervid from a farm later found positive. We know that the surveillance system, which, as we've already talked about, we know is based on mostly on postmortem surveillance, that the individual deer or elk that are moved are not tested, but the farms are, and that there are some situations where an animal's moved and then later on the farm, that originating farm, is later found infected. And certainly that was a risk factor. With an odds ratio, I didn't show the significant levels here for simplicity. These were all statistically significant at the 0.05 level. And roughly a third of our case farms had this exposure. These were herds from, I believe it was 2015 to 2022 or something like that. These are not the early herds. These are ones in the last few years that we focused on. And then there were a number of factors that seemed to be related to transmission from infected wild deer. Certainly one of these is location of the farm within 5 kilometers of a positive wild deer. Noticing, this is from the producers, if they had evidence of wild cervids near the fence line. If they don't use double perimeter fencing, increased risk. If the forest crosses the fence line, which maybe creates some sort of a space where wildlife could exist right up to the fence line, that was a higher risk. Those factors could be direct contact or indirect contact, but we did not see any evidence of fencing breaches or any definitive evidence of direct contact that was noted in this study as a risk factor. But we also saw several other factors that seem to be related to indirect contacts with wild cervids. One of those being evidence of mammalian scavengers near the fence, inside the fence, outside the fence, seeing them themselves, seeing fecal matter, seeing their footprints in the wintertime. The presence of cats, which could be considered a domestic scavenger, was a higher risk, more likely amongst the case herds. If the farmers disposed of their resident deer carcasses in a compost or pile above the ground, which could potentially attract scavengers through the fence, over the fence, increased risk. And placement of the water for the resident cervids right at the perimeter fence, within 1 foot, was a higher risk noted in this study, which could have attracted animals through the fence to drink. And now we looked at a number of other factors, but in this group of 71 farms, these were the factors that were most significant in terms of the association with case status, with farm herd status. So we interpreted this as evidence, at least potentially, of indirect exposures from infected wild deer through scavengers, through other animals that may be moving through the fences, over the fences. There was also some evidence, I didn't put it here, but it could have been avian scavengers as well. There's a number of things that could have been related to these to this exposure. And again, so our interpretation was, it seems that there's these two main sources of infection for cervid farms, these cervid farms in these states at this time, which is either introduction of cervids from farms later found infected and indirect exposures through the environment from infected wild deer. We're also looking further at that with a spatial analysis. This is not published data, but we're looking at what exists outside of these case and control farms spatially. And we've looked at a number of things: land cover, water use, soil type, etc. We haven't really found anything significant other than the fact that the prevalence of CWD in wild deer surrounding these different buffer distances around case farms is higher than that around control farms. And statistically significant up to the point, at the 0.05 level, up to 10 kilometers. So you can see that there's certainly a trend, toward higher prevalence around case farms at all of these distances, but significant at least at the 0.05 level, up to 10 kilometers. This is data only from Pennsylvania. We've asked for from the departments of Wildlife Department from Minnesota and Wisconsin. We're hoping to receive that data. But from Pennsylvania data, this is what I'm showing here. So it seems that the prevalence is higher in the wild deer harvested within 10 kilometers of the CWD infected farms compared to the non-infected farms. Now, some may ask, well, wait a minute, how do you know that this is a cause and not an effect? Maybe these farms are infecting the wildlife, and that's why the prevalence is higher. So we went one step further and we divided these data, which is roughly half of our 71 herds total. So our numbers are not great because they're only from one state so far, but into the time period before detection in the case herd or the nearest case herd, if this is a control farm, compared to those after detection in that nearest herd. And the same trend continues, that the prevalence is higher even before detection in the case herds, the prevalence of CWD in wild deer surrounding these case farms compared to control farms. In this case, statistically significant at the 0.05 level, up to 5 kilometer buffer distance. So something is going on. These wild deer that are infected wild deer surrounding these case farms seem to be associated with farms becoming infected. This needs a whole lot more study. Obviously, one case control observational study is not definitive, needs to be repeated. It needs to be looked at in other herds in other states. And hopefully we'll get a chance, others will get a chance to do this. But this is where we are currently. We also have received funding in the 2002 funding cycle from APHIS to look further at what's going on around these perimeter fences. In this study, we working in cooperation with all of these studies are working in cooperation with in this case, these are deer farms that were the focus of the case control study and also this study, but looking to try to understand what kind of wildlife is in and around that fence, going through the fence, going over the fence. We don't have results yet, but we've had collected over, almost 1.5 million images from motion and time triggered cameras that are located on the perimeter fence of some of these voluntary deer farms in Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania to try to understand this much better. We do have some pretty cool pictures from some of these. I mean, here, this hawk looks like carrying a squirrel, getting an idea of not only the animals, but the interaction between those and the movement potentially between animals in and around these. We've got photographs of situations like this where raccoons are very much attracted to the feeders on some of these operations. And certainly you can see how that could so domestic or wild scavengers in that case could bring infected material from wild deer onto these premises, and also other large animals. In this case, it looks like a bobcat that's inside the perimeter fence of deer farms. We've seen this on a couple of different farms. So certainly there's a lot of wildlife, and hopefully we'll have some results to be able to quantify the types of wildlife that are coming in and through these fences. So what have we done with this so far? We've tried to focus on biosecurity and creating a voluntary program for producers, recognizing that for spread of disease to occur, you have to have an infectious agent, you have to have a method of transmission and susceptible cervids. And what can we do, or what can producers do to try to reduce the likelihood of transmission? And so we've created a biosecurity assessment tool. We've also, I'll get to that in a second, we've also created, as an educational thing, some scenarios that producers could go to the website and they could see different kinds of examples that may fit their herd. And if it does, try to encourage them to go to the biosecurity assessment link and download that and go through that assessment on their own or with their veterinarian, ideally, and try to understand in a systematic way, what are the ways that CWD could enter the operation and how could they be prevented? And it comes up with a score. Here's one of the herds that shared the data with us, in which the highest risk score was this indirect contact with infected wild deer, as one example. A way to get them, help them to focus on what the most important real risks are of in terms of prevention. For some of you that have been around a while, we did a similar thing with Johne's disease assessment tool 20 years ago and more. It was really effective, and hopefully it can be useful in this situation as well. What we'd like to do is say, hey, let's all work together on biosecurity. These are some graphics that are produced for other pathogens and other species. The one on top, African swine fever, and the one on the bottom, really focusing on high path AI. And it would be ideal if this biosecurity, we've heard about it with the DPP program that Sam talked about as well, but if this would be really adopted by the cervid industries, we think that could be hugely helpful. And if they can gain value for participation in a program like that. Well, the other thing you wanted me to talk a little bit about was transmission of CWD within the herd. We've not done nearly as much with this. That hasn't been the first question that I've been asked about, and that we've collected data about, and that we've used other data already available about. But certainly it's an important question, especially as more and more of these cervid herds are not always being depopulated, and some of those are in test and removal programs. We did have the opportunity, because of the cooperation of one Wisconsin producer who shared their data freely, to look at, to get a start, I guess, at least, at looking at some of these. And when we looked at the data from this one farm of nearly 300 deer, this is a breeding operation, we could see that while we may assume that this transmission, because we know it can be transmitted through the environment, would just start at one side of the operation and move sort of through the pens, what we found instead, at least in this herd, was it seemed that the risk was associated with the movement of CWD positive bucks that were in different pens in different years. We saw increased odds ratios from 4 to 9 for certain buck movements, and therefore certain pens based on year of exposure. We also saw an increased risk of CWD positive deer if they had a CWD positive dam. So that appears to be another mechanism that this can move. None of this is surprising, I don't think, but it points out the fact that we're not really looking at the data that may be available. At least it's available through cooperation with state agencies and with volunteer, with producers that are willing to share their data. And some of them definitely are, for sure. So kind of to conclude, obviously this is the famous USGS CWD map. This is a situation 10 years ago. And 5 years ago, you can see that gray and the number of circles are increasing. And then the last one available on their website, which is from October. I mean, certainly CWD continues to expand. You can see those gray areas continuing to grow. Much of the, at least central part of the U.S. is filling in, unfortunately. And a lot of those circles are in areas where there's this gray, where this disease is endemic in free-ranging populations. Also, of course, the big cluster in the Pennsylvania area as well. There is also information available that's really not been looked at. I haven't seen this presented in this way. Partly because the data is typically collected at the state level. And so this is just looking at the 3 states that I've been working with, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Minnesota. On the left side is data about the prevalence of CWD in wild deer populations. you can see in each of these 2 years, I didn't put 2023 because the year's not complete, but certainly hundreds of positives each year in Pennsylvania, with a little over 2 to almost 4% of samples tested being positive. In Wisconsin, thousands of deer positive in each of those 2 years, with a prevalence almost 8% to almost 9%. In Minnesota, the prevalence certainly higher, but still roughly 50 positive wild deer detected in each year. And then look at the data that's available from APHIS on their website, the number of CWD positive cervid farms. And you know, instead of hundreds of positives in wild deer, we're seeing, you know, roughly anywhere 14 to 6 to 3 positive herds identified each year. Instead of thousands of deer positive as in the wild, we're seeing in Wisconsin 7 and 3 positive, 3 and also in 2003. In Minnesota, just 1 positive detected cervid operation in both 2021 and 22. Now, those aren't all the states. There are other states. They have other things going on. But I think we really do need to think about this issue of spillover of CWD from wild deer to cervid farms in the same areas, and these farms are becoming infected. And the case control study that I showed kind of is consistent with these data. So what can we do? I mean, this is the task. I really, again, applaud your committee and look forward to hearing what you all come up with. From my perspective, certainly CWD is a risk to both wild cervids and farm cervids. Of course, we really do need to recognize this primary challenge in wild deer, because if it's spilling into farm deer, you can't really totally control this in the farms unless it's controlled in the wildlife around those farms. So how do you control this disease in the wild deer? Certainly that's something I'm sure you'll be looking at. How do you manage these wild deer populations at the appropriate levels for the ecosystem? Really challenging questions. I don't have answers to those. On the farm deer side, I think what's important is and I know APHIS is looking at their herd certification program. They just passed the period where people were invited to give comments. And I think what needs to happen is create a more rational control program for farm cervids, recognizing this is an endemic disease. It's in the wildlife. There's not known zoonotic risks. So what are some of the issues involved? I mean, I think one of the things our work is showing is that we need some rational perimeter fencing policies to protect the farm cervids as well as the wildlife. How do we keep this disease from going through and infecting either side? Certainly to encourage adoption of voluntary herd biosecurity programs to reduce transmission risks to cervid herds, and supporting research is really important that can improve the effectiveness of these preventive biosecurity programs, to do that at a better level, as well as improve resistance to the disease. And separately, certainly the importance of developing and validating what I'm calling cost-effective antemortem surveillance. I'm not talking about rectal biopsies. I'm talking other much less invasive methods that are very sensitive at screening tests, but specific in terms of confirmatory tests, especially for cervids located in these endemic areas, because this transmission continues to go on and these herds are at high risk. So I think at that, I certainly just wanted to recognize the folks that have been involved in supporting the work that we've done, continue to do, APHIS certainly, the 3 states and their departments of agriculture and their wildlife agencies as well, and a number of folks at the university and outside collaborators that have allowed us to do this work. So with that, I'm going to stop sharing and certainly open to questions, comments, clarification kinds of things, whatever can be helpful.
Scott, thank you so much. That was terrific. We really appreciate it. So we'll start our questioning with Mike Miller.
Good morning, Scott, and thanks for that presentation, and really appreciate you sharing unpublished data with the group. The question that I had regarding your analyses was whether you factored in the timing of these infected herds, how long they had been established. It seems like the assumption is that all of this is coming in from the outside. And how did you distinguish that from the possibility that a herd was established in an environment that was already contaminated? Some of those prevalence rates that you were showing certainly suggest that, that the disease had been established in the wild for quite some time. So I'm just wondering, not that it's, it just, in terms of interpreting, everything being an external factor, I've seen cases in other places where basically a fence was put up around a contaminated environment and you bring animals in, and it's not surprising if the environment is heavily contaminated that you eventually end up seeing cases. So just wondering if that was factored in.
So, I mean, there's a number of issues here, right? In some cases, if it's a new herd that was where there were no cervids, and if there was already CWD on the landscape from wild, then how do we know that it didn't come from those before the fences were put up versus after the fences? Is that what you mean?
Correct, yes.
I mean, we asked these producers how long they'd been in operation. I don't have that data right in front of me, but we didn't see a difference that way. These are, most of these herds, they've been around for 20 years or so. I mean, there's a variable period, and we can't, I guess we can't really rule out whether it was wild deer infection earlier before the fences were put up, or versus transmission, again, indirect through other animals, probably from ones that were there more recently. We don't have that. That's a limitation of this study for sure. I think this needs to be looked at a whole lot, more thoroughly for sure. This is a first study. As we know, case control studies are an early form of evidence that are subject certainly to bias and confounding. There's other higher types of evidence in terms of the hierarchy of evidence that need to be performed to look at this more clearly, and also to look at this temporality issue that you bring up. However, I mean, these are herds that have been on the landscape, and so they have been testing. So if the thinking is, well, was it in the herd for all this period, wasn't detected, and finally it came up from an internal source, certainly that happened or that could have happened in the third of herds that introduced an animal from a herd later found infected. So we want to keep that in mind, of course. That pathway is there for some herds, but in the other herds, that was not a risk that was identified.
Okay, thanks. Tiffany.
Hi, Scott. Thanks for your presentation. This is Tiffany, by the way.
Hi, Tiffany.
I have two questions for you. The first is I'm wondering, in regard to the biosecurity assessment tool that you've created, do you have data yet on how many farms have not only utilized the assessment tool, but implemented changes to lower or try to lower their risk? Do you have that information yet?
Not really. I mean, we have done this, and we have talked to producers, and we've encouraged some of them to share data. And we have a number of those, but the number is something around 20 or so that have shared data. And so we don't know, for example, what we don't know is how many are really doing this, because of course, we encourage them to do this voluntarily. They don't have to share data with us. We know there's a high sensitivity for sharing data, something that certainly I'm well aware of, and I've been working hard to try to build trust. And yet, as we all know, the political environment is really difficult. Minnesota is especially challenging right now, with some of the changes that have been put in place, and some producers are not willing to share data. So we've created a tool. We've used it in some producers. We've got some feedback. The feedback from producers that have been willing to provide it is that this was helpful, and that allowing them to have a more structured way to think through the risks on their farm and then potentially adapt some certain things. They often identified at least one area that they hadn't thought about before, but we really don't have data that would really say how effective this is, or, you know, sort of a follow-up of the changes that they've done to this point in time.
Okay, thank you. The other question I have for you is, you know, one of the things that we're thinking about and have been asked to do is evaluate effectiveness of control programs, management programs. And I'm just wondering, beyond just the recent work that you have done, that, you know, suggests that movement of animals is still an important risk factor. I'm wondering if there's any other studies that have been done to show where current regulations related to testing, movement, fencing, et cetera, are or maybe aren't effective.
Well, let me think through what you're asking. So you mean, has anybody done an assessment of the effectiveness of, and it sounds like you're kind of lumping everything together, which is
Well,
legal
no, I guess,
requirements as well as biosecurity, voluntary, and everything, or how do you?
you know, we heard from Sean Schaefer earlier that he pointed that there have not been very many epidemiological studies done related to the risk of becoming a positive farm. And so, you know, when we're thinking about, and there are many different regulations that are really aimed at early detection, reducing risk associated with movement, and eliminating any ongoing transmission. So, but like Sean pointed out, some of these might be over and above what is necessary. So has anybody been working to try and peel back those layers, to look at the data to see where these programs might have the greatest impact on reducing transmission and spread of CWD between farms?
Yeah, obviously that seems logical. And certainly that's a good question for Dr. Nichols from the APHIS perspective. I'm not aware of anybody that's looked at that comprehensively in a way that's been reported. Perhaps within APHIS that's been done internally. I think what we do have though is information that could be. I showed one graphic, but this could be done much more comprehensively. Maybe APHIS already has that, to look at trying to look at these programs sort of together, where the wildlife and the animal health agencies, and in most states, in many states, these are implemented by different agencies in each state, and it's not available at the federal level, but it's available state level, is my understanding, and you can see that there is, you know, the numbers of CWD positive cervid farms of the last 6 years, according to the APHIS database. They have a list available of all the positive farms since I think 2017, something like that, is about 20 a year. About 2-3 years ago, it was up to 35. In the last couple of years, it's been down much closer to 20. And whereas there are, you know, hundreds and thousands of positive wild deer. So I think that's part of this, right? Even though we don't exactly know which pieces of that are the most effective in terms of the control program, at least from a study, we could each give our opinions. We can see that whatever we're doing seems to be keeping that number of cervid farms at about 20 a year, which is too high and should be reduced, but challenging to do in both the political environment and this situation where there seems to be this indirect contact through the environment from wild deer to inside the fences. I'm not sure I'm answering your question, Tiffany. but certainly that could be an important thing to do. I guess the point I'm trying to make is I think there's data available that really have been underutilized. And partly because of the silos, right? Got the wildlife agencies focusing on the disease in the wild. We've got very few people looking at the disease on farms. And who's trying to do this together? And how do we create this kind of collaborative working group atmosphere that can really try to look at this more holistically?
Thanks, Scott.
Go ahead, Nick.
Thanks for your presentation, Scott. This is Nick Haley. I didn't have so much a question, but maybe a comment. You mentioned some data on potential dam to offspring transmission. And I just wanted to kind of bring in the idea that, maybe these are highly susceptible dams and their offspring are also highly susceptible, and that could partly explain it. But, just something to think about.
Good point, Nick. I mean, this is data that I haven't seen either. And it involves not only cooperation with the departments of ag or the animal health or boards of animal health, but also producers. And you can imagine a lot of these producers from positive farms are not happy and angry about their situation. But some of these, including this producer in Wisconsin, and I'm sure others, would be willing to share these data in ways that can be helpful. Because if we're trying to, more rationally control this disease and not just depopulate every herd, then we really do care about how this spreads within the farm, if it does spread, and how it could potentially spread off the farm. And certainly the dam to daughter is one component. I don't want to minimize the importance of genetic susceptibility. That's really critical, but obviously I'm focusing at how do we try to reduce the transmission, which is another part of that epidemiologic triad leading to disease.
Understood. Thank you.
Thanks, Sonia.
Hi, thank you. Scott, thank you very much for your presentation. I appreciated that. And I just had a couple questions about the studies you showed so I can better understand them. And you all can hear me okay? Okay, great.
Yes, you're fine.
So, okay, terrific. So, Scott, in that study that was the within herd transmission study, that was Pennsylvania, correct?
The within herd was just the one herd in Wisconsin. So it wasn't really a study. It was just a single herd assessment, kind of to give an idea of what could be done.
Okay. You had that there wasn't any evidence for transmission, and you had it labeled as environment between herds in that slide. And I'm just curious of what environment meant, and if that would be analogous to the indirect, perhaps, contact between deer in the other study, right? Which you pointed to maybe being the higher risk scenario. So could you help elucidate a little bit what that environmental category was in that Wisconsin within herd study?
Environment was a crude term, admittedly. The idea here is that, and certainly based on the results from the case control study, where we're looking at between herd movements. In that study, it seems to be this indirect routes from infected wild deer in the area, and then different ways that it could get into the premise. And if that's important, which we think it is, but we need more study to understand it even better, then there should be, if an individual, let's say one pen becomes infected within a farm, we could think then that would just spread from pen to pen in various methods of indirect contact transmission through wildlife, maybe through feed, maybe through because in some of these places they share feed with each other, they feed water between pens. There's different ways that this could spread. And certainly I don't know from that brief assessment of this one herd which that is. But you might think that if it started and if it was on one end, that there would be some sort of gradient of effect from that pen across, or from one pen across the others across this entire group of pens. In this farm, there were roughly, I don't know, 20 pens or something like that. But instead, we could look at risks in a different way, really more more clearly. It seemed to be related to movement of these breeding bucks between pen to pen. And so perhaps what this is showing, we need more herds to really confirm this, is that yes, this indirect contact happens. It's really important as a method for how these farms are getting infected. But once it's infected, then movement of animals, breeding bucks in this case, and potentially the effect from the dam, which admittedly could partly at least be related to genetic susceptibility, may be more important than this environmental slow contamination of that whole area. That's what I'm suggesting. That's an area that I think needs a whole lot more work. Yeah, I wanted to, it looks like it could be different than the methods of transmission from farm to farm, what we showed in the case control study. Does that help clarify?
Yeah. And of course, I'm assuming these results are associations, statistical associations of patterns that you saw in your data, right?
Yep.
So it's not causative or mechanistic necessarily, but I was just trying to think through that mechanistic assumption and see if that environmental gradient within a fence would carry in the same way you were talking about between
Right.
across a fence, right? And better understand your data there. So thank you for providing that information. I think I probably am good at this point. My only last minor question was just to clarify how many animals were in each of those operations that you had summed in the table. You had your units of measure as operations, and then the units of measure were the total individual deer with the wild animals. I'm just curious the total counts for those operations if you knew them.
Yeah, I don't. We'll have to look back at the APHIS database. I'm not sure if that's reported. Dr. Nichols for sure would know that because I'm sure she's involved with the data that APHIS puts on their website.
Thank you.
I definitely wanted to make sure you guys were all aware of that data that APHIS shares on their website, and certainly the data from the individual state, both departments of agriculture and the wildlife agencies. Yeah, Tracy just responded, they don't post the size of the herd, so we don't know unless we go to the individual states and ask.
Other questions? Tiffany, do you have something else? Okay. So Scott, maybe a final question. What are the key, if you were going to design 2 or 3 key studies, what would they be? And what information do we really need to accelerate biosecurity and prevention that we don't have?
And so you're talking, Lonnie, specifically about this. I think maybe you're asking what's the key question as opposed to what the studies would be. Because I'm thinking that the key question is still, how are these herds infected and what are the key risk factors and getting further understanding of the causal mechanisms for infection between herd.
Right.
And in that case, I think that we need certainly much more than one case control study. We need to look much broader. And this could be done. We could look at many more states, and we already have identified all of these positive herds. Obviously, the states have identified them. They're available to APHIS. Dr. Nichols knows who they are. What we don't have is the herd level specific information from those herds, and that needs cooperation from the producers, not only from the case herds, which you can imagine several of these individuals are not happy. Some of them may choose not to contribute, but some will, and in control herds as a comparison. And if we could potentially even set this up as a sort of a retrospective cohort study, look forward in time about these risks and about what's happening outside of these fences as well at the same time. I think particularly looking at a study like that within an area of endemic CWD, which is where most of these herds are being infected, could be really useful to see, hey, is this real? We need to look not only at the things we looked at, but but try to also evaluate risks from feeds that are brought to these farms that may also be contributing. Certainly, that would be a really interesting kind of a study that could be very helpful. On the within herd side, I mean, obviously that depends a little bit on the priority of that question, and but particularly if APHIS is going to change their program to allow more herds to be test and removal as opposed to depopulating. I know that indemnity plays a role as that the availability of those sorts of funds. Then I think it is really important to look at the within herd spread of CWD. And while it's critical to do this in an environment like down in Ames with ARS experimentally, we also there's a lot of data from quote unquote natural experiments that can be really useful in trying to, get the right questions to be asked so that we can make further progress and then be able to narrow down with even higher quality studies with more, controlled kinds of things. There's a couple for you, Lonnie, anyway.
Perfect. Thank you. Nick, a final question.
Thanks, Scott. So you mentioned something there that just kind of struck me, that people don't want to contribute. Why do you think they don't want to contribute, and what can we do to encourage them to contribute? I think you kind of touched on it a little bit there, but
yeah, I mean, this is a real challenge that any of us working in this area have to face. The concern is, of course, that anytime anybody does any work, and I've had a number of producers, of course, tell me this directly or indirectly, that all of a sudden some state or some agency will make a rule and try to legislate the control of this disease. It's happening all over in Minnesota. There was a number of changes that happened just in this last legislative session. For example, the legislative authority was taken from the Animal Health Agency and given to the Wildlife Agency for white-tailed deer. There was a rule put in to add a second exclusionary fence to the 8-foot fence that's already there. A moratorium on new deer farms being created. I don't remember all the details. I'm sure Sean can give us those if asked. But in this environment, then how do they know that this data will be used to help them and not hurt them? And I've been fortunate. I don't know, perhaps some of it's being around a long time, but we have to develop trust. And there's not a lot of trust right now with this situation in some parts of the country, at least, certainly up in the areas where I work, and a lot of distrust between the different regulatory agencies and between the producers and the wildlife agencies, and sometimes between the producers and the animal health agencies. Yeah, a lot of work that could be done and should be to try to, create let's work together, because obviously a lot of the industry leaders know that we need more information, we need science. And actually the biggest problem is making decisions when there's no science, as opposed to having science that sometimes says things that people don't want to know. So anyway, I don't know if that exactly is a solution, but it starts to talk about the problem, and maybe if we talk about it in the right kind of situations, that this could be addressed more effectively.
Great, Scott, thank you so much. We really appreciate your time and the work that you're doing, and best of luck in the continuation of getting that important information for us. So we've had really a good morning, lots of good information sharing back and forth and discussion. So we'll break for lunch right now and reconvene at 1 o'clock, and we'll start with talking to APHIS about their programs. Thanks very much, folks. We'll see you at 1 o'clock. Hey, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back. We're going to start this afternoon's activities with a conversation with Dr. Tracy Nichols. And Tracy's going to talk about the veterinary services cervid health programs in the U.S. So Tracy, we welcome you and looking forward to your presentation. Thank you. So you can take it.
Thank you so much for including us in this conversation. I
And you're
found
muted,
that
Tracy.
often that there are a lot of misunderstandings or misinformation related to the HCP. So I think this is a great opportunity.
Just a minute,
for us
Tracy.
to-
We're not hearing you. Hold on just a moment. We're trying to fix that. Okay, try now.
Can you hear me now?
Ah, yes, thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks so much for including us in this conversation. I think it's a really great opportunity for us to be able to provide you correct and accurate information about the HCP. I've found that often there's a misunderstanding or misinformation related to the CWD herd certification program. So hopefully I'll be able to answer your questions. I'm going to give a higher level overview of the herd certification program, but of course, contact me if you have any specific questions related to regulations on the different aspects. I do have a presentation. Let's see if I can share my screen.
And you should be good to do that.
Okay. Okay, is it available?
We see it. Thank you.
Oh, okay, great, thank you. Now if I can get it to forward, we'll be all set. Okay.
That we can help with.
Okay, so the farming of deer and elk is really not as current, I think, as we think. In fact, it's been an agricultural commodity since the early 1900s. So what is the CWD herd certification? So I'm going to start with the goal. So the goal of the HCP, if that's how I'm going to refer to it here forward, is to provide a consistent national approach to control the incidence of CWD in farm cervids and try to prevent the interstate spread of CWD in farm cervids. So this program is a cooperative effort between APHIS, which is us at the Animal Plant Health Inspection Service. We are a branch of the USDA. It's cooperative with farmed cervid owners and then, of course, state animal health officials. The reason the program was initiated is that as CWD became a problem on the landscape, there was a lot of variability between how states were enacting and imposing requirements to take cervids across state lines. So the development of the HCP was to standardize these requirements for interstate movement. So while the program is federal in origin, the states oversee and administer it within their particular state. So an important piece of this is that the participation in the HCP is voluntary. So on the part of both the state and of the herd owner. In most cases, the herd owner. There are a few states that have mandatory participation in the HCP, but they're on the minority versus the majority. So CWD susceptible species listed in the CFR, that's our Code of Federal Regulations, may not move interstate without being HCP certified. The CFR currently includes the following species for inclusion in the HCP. So white-tailed deer, mule deer, elk, red deer, and moose. However, we know other species are currently susceptible. Reindeer, for example, muntjac, but they're not currently listed in the CFR, which is the fundamental basis on which the program is founded. So not all of those are included at this current time that we know are susceptible. So just a little historical context. So in 2023, development began for the APHIS herd certification program. This was kind of a long circuitous route with ultimately the final rule becoming effective in 2014. In 2016, we began to work on a revision to that that program as far as the program standards, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that, not the rule that's presented in the CFR. We went through working groups and public comment, and in 2019, those program standards revised version was released. We're currently in another open period of revisions for the CWD program standards. So what are the program standards? The program standards provide the detailed description of acceptable methods for complying with the legal requirements in 9 CFR parts 55 and 81. The requirements in the program standards are not optional. This is a point of confusion sometimes with our producers. So where the language says that you must do something, you must do it. And we have authority based on language within the CFR to do that. So the herd certification program itself is dependent upon compliance with the regulations. Ideally, the lack of compliance within a state by participating herds results in reduction of status. This pyramid kind of talks about some of the fundamental points of what comprises certification, but I'm going to go into those in greater detail, so don't try to worry about reading those. Essentially, you have to have 5 years of compliance and participation in the HCP to become an HCP certified herd. And thereafter, the herd must continue to comply with the regulations to maintain their status. Program authority. Excuse me, I'm still hanging on from being sick, so I'm going to have some issues, I think. While APHIS can implement regulations for participating in the HCPs, as far as the program standards, there are limitations to what our federal authority is over farmed cervids. So again, I want to emphasize that participation is voluntary. We do not have the authority to require HCP participation. So if states wish to participate, they can, and if they don't want to. APHIS cannot force herd owners to depopulate their herds. Sometimes we hear this, that the government made them do it. We most certainly do not have that authority. Where we have funding available, we can offer indemnity based on prioritization of the herd, but that is at the owner's discretion whether or not to accept that if we have it available. And we cannot require herds that are not in the HCP to comply with HCP criteria. So ultimately, participating states must meet the minimum requirement in the HCP. However, they can implement rules and regulations, and quite a few of them have, that go beyond those of the HCP, but they cannot go under. They cannot do less than what is minimally required. So as far as what the participating states are responsible for, they're responsible for coordinating and managing their state CWD herd certification program that complies with all the regulations. They are to ensure testing and ID requirements are being met. They investigate CWD suspects. They designate affected herds, enact quarantines for positive and epi-linked herds. They're to prohibit commingling between herds within the HCP and animals that are not within the HCP. They are to conduct the epi investigations, report out-of-state traces to the relevant state animal health officials, restrict animal movement, partner with us and veterinary services to develop herd plans for CWD affected herds, enforce program and act upon noncompliance. This is very important. And then ultimately conduct herd inventories and physical inspections as required by the HCP. The herd owners also have some responsibilities with respect to the program. They are expected to keep accurate records, ensure that each animal has 2 forms of ID. One of those has to be an official approved form of ID with the USDA. They must have a premises ID. They must have adequate fencing that's at least 8 feet high. All animals 12 months of age or older must have an official ID by the time they reach 12 months of age. They need to maintain compliance with all the requirements. They need to test all mortalities, regardless of the cause, of animals 12 months of age and older for general surveillance. They are to report mortalities to state animal health officials as soon as they become aware of them. They're to immediately report escapes to their state animal health officials. They are to make sure that their inspections are scheduled and on time. And we strongly encourage them to think about biosecurity. No shared equipment, for example. So this is something that Dr. Wells mentioned that we take very seriously as well, is biosecurity. So in our program standards, we have a section on biosecurity. They are suggestions and are voluntary. There is no aspect in the CFR currently related to mandatory biosecurity, other than the fact that they cannot share equipment with other herds that are not in that same herd. So there are some requirements regarding sharing of equipment and proximity and that sort of thing, but not to the effect of where we're talking about wearing boot covers and any number of things. They're also expected to provide all records and test results on time. So I want to get into a little more detail about what the postmortem testing requirements are, because I think this is an important aspect of, and if I had to say, I would say this is the most important cornerstone aspect of the HCP, and that's postmortem testing. So all animals over 12 months of age within an HCP enrolled or certified herd must be tested for CWD, and they must be immediately reported to the state. Animals over 12 months of age must be CWD tested. This includes just going to slaughter and going to hunt preserves if the hunt preserves are under the same ownership. And the reason is we have that caveat. It kind of goes back to the point where we can't enforce HCP regulations on herds that are not in the HCP, but we can under the same ownership. So often facilities will have a breeding facility, then a corresponding hunt preserve. And when they're under the same ownership, animals that are moved from the breeding facility to the hunt preserve are expected to test those mortalities. And then they must appropriately dispose of carcasses. So we have guidance within the program standards as to how to do this. Hopefully they're doing this as they're supposed to. That's something for states to check. But I personally am very passionate about the appropriate disposal of carcasses. Some more compliance criteria around that. We talked about 100% over 12 months of age. Immunohistochemistry is currently only acceptable assay for general herd surveillance. So ELISA is currently not an acceptable assay for general herd surveillance. It is allowed for slaughter circumstances, which, if you don't know much about the cervid health industry, is a very minimal part of this industry. But if they do go to slaughter, we do allow ELISA. So there's a minimal amount of meat shrinkage, and the test can be completed before the meat is released. Usable samples must be submitted for testing, or it's considered a missed test. So if there's too much autolysis, if they are submitting the wrong tissue, anything like that is considered a missed test. So that means that they're under their 100%. Samples must be submitted within 7 days of death to a participating non-lab. We have a list of non-laboratories that can perform the immunohistochemistry and ELISA if needed with slaughter that they must utilize, or they can use our National Veterinary Services Laboratory. And our program requires the submission of both medial retropharyngeal lymph nodes and OBEX. And this is extremely important, particularly with elk, when we have upwards of 12 to 15% of elk presenting that are OBEX only positive. If you're only testing medials in those animals, you're going to miss some of those positives, and vice versa. If you're only testing OBEX, you're going to miss them. We also require this for deer. So medial retropharyngeals are your primary early sample for deer, but we want that OBEX as well. Sometimes that can be used effectively when states are trying to decide what to do with the epi investigation. We can kind of tell, how infected is this animal? Is it in the OBEX or is it not? That gives us a general time frame to start thinking about some of the trace herds. So I wanted to provide a little bit of data related to the HCP. I did have a rather long list presented to me of data that you all wanted to see. However, it was not possible to accumulate that data for this meeting. So I've done my best. We have paper records and we have some digital records because we've been around a while. So I'll present you with some information that I hope you find useful. So as far as fiscal year 2023, this is information that we present every year at USAHA. There are currently 28 states that voluntarily participate in the HCP. So those are reflected in this map here in the dark green. In fiscal year 23, there were a little over 1,200 deer herds enrolled in the HCP. And of those, a little over 1,100 were certified in the program. There were 277 elk herds enrolled, with the majority of those at 253 having achieved certified status. And then mixed species, these are herds that may have mule deer, whitetail, and elk, or even hybrids in some situations. There are 111 of those enrolled in the program, and 80 of those are certified. So just as a general point of reference, there are approximately 303,242 cervids within the 28 HCP participating states. However, not all of those are in the HCP. So that kind of gives you an idea about how many animals are in that state. But again, the HCP, because not all herds are in the HCP, that does not reflect the HCP numbers. So some information on the mortality testing. So in fiscal year 23, there were 24,879 cervids tested for CWD within those 28 HCP states. The reason we have data on these 28 is that each state has to complete an annual report. And if they're not in the HCP, they don't. So for these states, each state is turning in this data to us on an annual basis so we can present it at USHA. So when we're there, we're presenting the most recent data we have from these annual reports. So taking into account that 24,879 cervids were tested in 23 in the HCP states, that represents about 8% of the total farmed population in those states. I did a dive back last year to see just in general how many cervids had been tested in the 28 HCP states where we have solid data, and that's between the years of 2016 and at that time through fiscal year 2023. So now we're in fiscal year 24, and obviously we're relatively early in that. So during that time period, there were about 170,555 farm cervids tested for CWD. So in the time period between 2018 and 2023, this is kind of where I started compiling data for USHA on the percentages that were positive herds that were either participants in the HCP or not. And so this is national. This is not exclusive to the 28 states. We receive information on all positives from all states, regardless if they are participants or not. So the majority of herds that were positive in this time frame were not participants in the HCP. There were some that were enrolled but had not reached certified status, and about a third of them were HCP certified. Scott had mentioned our list of positive herds, and this is the link to the document he's talking about. We try to update this every month. Sometimes we aren't successful depending on the level of chaos, but we do make a very concerted effort to update this every month. So if you're curious about what new herds have been identified in the US, you'll find that information here. And so I think that kind of takes in the first point about the HCP, and then it's also the question was which management practices to implement. This was done over a long period of time, as you saw from the timeline, where we take input from stakeholders, and as staff officers, of which we're a relatively small program, we're a program of 3 staff officers, that we work with the state's producers, and we can tell what things are kind of working and what are not. And so as we move into the various updates of the program standards, we try to revise those. We also take public input on aspects of the program. We just completed the first initial phase of that just recently. It closed on November 13th. However, this is the preliminary information gathering point where we're taking people's opinions and thoughts. Once we have that, we'll compile that information, review it, and then we'll start moving into the revision itself. Once the revision has been completed, it'll be posted on the National Register, and I believe it's either available for public comment for 60 or 90 days. I don't quite remember from last time, but there'll be an opportunity for folks to submit comments then and look at what changes were made at that time. So as I'm moving down the list of what I was provided here, what kinds of surveillance is conducted to determine the effectiveness of the program? We look at how are our herds doing that are in the HCP? Are we seeing anything specific that's problematic? And I will share one other slide I prepared. I had it ready and I didn't include it immediately, but then it got to be a point of discussion with both Sean Schaefer and Scott Wells. It's the distance to CWD detection in wild cervids. And so I compiled data from 2019 to 2023 fiscal years and looking at the new herds that were positive for CWD and their distance to CWD detection in wild populations. And the majority of them during this time period are within 20 miles. And this is not too terribly far off with what Scott's chart said. Essentially, if you're a herd and you are sitting within a CWD endemic area, you need to be concerned. And we saw this really clearly in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania has had a pretty dense CWD prevalence rate for quite some time. There's a handful of counties in southern Pennsylvania, and there it just so happens there's also a lot of breeding there for farm cervids, and you just see them slowly come down positive over time. So distance for herds now where there's more prevalence in the wild is a definite concern for folks. As far as recommendations, we can recommend additional barriers, but the CFR does not include double fencing or hot wires as an additional protection to herds. Some producers have been proactive and they're like, that's one risk factor of, nose to nose contact across the fence line that I absolutely do not want to have, and have instituted that on their own. How and when is it decided whether essentially recommendations or policies within the HCP need to be modified? And that's kind of what's going on now. As we did our revision that we're in the middle of right now, it was brought to us as a congressional requirement, but we had started on it before then. It was clear that there were things, as a staff officer, there's definitely things in there that are
You seem to be frozen, Tracy. Can you hear us okay? Hi all, we're trying to figure out how to get Tracy back on board. So if you can hear me, Tracy, you might want to log off and log back in. And
okay, I think I'm back. Am I back with you all?
yes, we can hear and see you. Thank you.
Great. Sorry, it kind of went away on me. I don't know when that happened.
And it seems to have happened again. I don't know if you can hear me or not.
And Samantha, are you there?
We can hear you now. Perhaps maybe not show your video and just talk to us. She can, and maybe you can share your slides with us and we can share them. Let me send her a quick email.
Am I back?
You are. If you want to send me your slides real fast, maybe we can share them and then you can just use audio. That might help.
That was the end of my slides, was the graphic that just had the distance. So I think where we left off is, you know, how and just when do we decide that we might need to update our program standards and so forth. And that's a combination of staff officer experience and stakeholder input. What is not known, what is known but not published on the epidemiology of CWD and farm cervids. I think is what Sean alluded to is that most of the time we absolutely don't know how the CWD entered the farm cervid premises. More often than not, we have no idea. There's no clear route. I mean, occasionally there is, like if they purchase a positive animal or they are found positive because they were involved in a trace from a known positive. When we do the trace outs, the easiest way to settle that usually is to remove and test the purchased animal if it's still available. That happens sometimes, but not most of the time. And that's vexing, to say the least. We have had in one state in particular more recently, CWD showing up long distances from CWD in the wild, sometimes closed herds, where there's clearly no association with how it's getting in there. And I personally am thinking there's some anthropogenic factors at play here. And I think it could be very related to biosecurity. So that we haven't really published because it's sort of somewhat anticlimactic, right? And journals usually want something exciting, and that is kind of not it. When we go, we don't know how it's showing up in there. What kind of historical surveillance data? So surveillance data, it's 100% mortality testing, so that this is across the board for HCP herds. As far as what herds are coming up positive, in 2016, we started the updated list that I mentioned before and provided a website link for, so people can see what new herds have shown up. We also present detailed information on those at USHA every year. And I think that touches on all of the questions that you all provided.
Okay, Tracy, thank you. So we'll just open it up for questions at this point and hope we can keep you on. Questions from the group. Go ahead, Tiffany.
Tracy, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. It's Tiffany. I am, well, I guess one question, which is hopefully really quick. And I'm going to follow up with a second, but are there herds, you said it's voluntary on both the state and the herds part. And so states can volunteer or participate in the HCP, and then they may have a subset of farms in their state that participate. Are there any farms in states that are not part of the HCP that are volunteering to be part of the HCP? Or does it just not work that way?
Typically, it doesn't work that way. We have one reindeer farmer in the state of Washington who, in order to do his Santa's reindeer business, where he does exhibition and movement of reindeer for Christmas, Some states really wanted some sort of HCP certification. So when we had our first case of CWD in reindeer in the United States, we informed the reindeer producers, you know, you're not required species, but we strongly recommend that if you're not in the HCP, that you become in the HCP. So most of these folks are already in HCP states. The exception is this man in Washington State. And so we have language within our regulations that if we have the staffing, that if the state does not participate and the state is willing, in conjunction either with their state animal health officials or in partnership with VS state animal health officials, which is the case in this situation, that they're willing to perform the necessary inspections, that one of our staff members can be their program manager, and that is me. So I am the program manager for this man who's trying to get his reindeer certified, and he's about a year away. That is very much the exception. We don't have staffing to do that for a lot of herds, and thankfully there have not been requests for such a thing.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. I'm also wondering if there is evidence in the data. Scott earlier referenced that from the APHIS data that y'all have shown that there's about 20 herds a year that are coming up positive. I'm just wondering if you have looked over time how prevalence at time of detection or depopulation, I should say, at time of depopulation has changed over time. So even if the same number of like the incidence has been steady over years, how's the prevalence been in comparison over time?
Okay. That is a bag we're going to open up because it's extremely complex. So we have very limited indemnity funding. As much as we would like to indemnify every herd, we simply don't have the funding. There are some owners that don't wish to be depopulated. There are quite a few of those, in fact. So they're not requesting indemnity, and we never end up depopulating them. And it depends on the state. Different states have different regulations. There have also been situations where an owner initially, because this is pretty traumatic for the owners, some of them have their life savings invested in these farms, where they're kind of in a little bit of denial about their circumstances, and they are inclined to depopulate immediately. Other times, the herds may engage in litigation with the state, and then those herds are not depopulated immediately. So where I'm going with this is that we don't depopulate typically immediately upon detection of the index animal. So the prevalence is directly related to the amount of time they're sitting there between detection of their first index case and the time they're ultimately depopulated. And so what I see, and this is my anecdotal, I don't have this published anywhere, but this is what I've seen in my years of experience, is that you'll see trickle, trickle, trickle in those herds that are sitting there. Trickle, 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 woo! And suddenly they have a lot of them. So if they're going to sit there for a long amount of time, those herds, if we do finally depopulate them, are usually quite high prevalence. And I'm speaking specifically about white-tailed deer. Elk are another story altogether. So I'll just direct all of this at whitetails because we have far more whitetail herds in the United States than elk. So it'll trickle along at a low prevalence until there's just some threshold there. And my guess is it's a combination of environmental contamination and just number of animals that are ultimately positive within the herd for direct infection, that then the prevalence rate goes up. So we don't have any uniform way of measuring that because it's directly related to how long they're sitting there. So it could be really low. I mean, we've definitely depopulated where they're as low as 5%. And then if they've sat there for a few years, we've seen them as high as 75% at ultimately depopulation.
That totally makes sense, Tracy. But so I'm hearing that you at least do have data that could be examined that has where prevalence can be examined, but also in association with time from detection to depopulation over and that
Yeah,
could be
because they're directly related. You can't disengage prevalence and time. You really can't. The longer you sit there, the more prevalence you're going to see in your herd, unless you have is we're starting to understand more about the predictive genetics. We've got one herd in Texas that had purchased a positive animal and it had been there for a couple of years. It was removed, it was positive, but none of its pen mates were positive on postmortem. No other animals have been positive, and there have been 2 rounds of antemortem diagnostics and the removal of poor scoring animals. So there may be some exceptions there. But in the larger ones where we've ultimately depopulated over a longer period of time, the numbers are more robust over time. But yeah, we do. If we depopulate, we do know the prevalence.
Other questions? Tracy, while we're waiting, I have one. You said that most of the time APHIS has no clear indication of how herds become infected. I mean, that's really disconcerting because that's the exact information we want. So,
well, right.
So what would it take to gather that information? Is that a function of the state? Is it a function of follow-up? And
I'm not sure what it's a function of, honestly. Here's one thing I think we have to keep in mind. As humans, we like all or nothing answers usually. Well, it's got to be this or it's that, or it's, they're all, aliens are dropping CWD in the herds or not. I think what's happening is that there are different factors resulting in this in different areas. So I don't think there's going to be a one size fits all, which adds an increased level of complexity to try to sort out how is it getting in there. So Sean had mentioned feed. Is that happening? I don't know, maybe. Scavengers, we've definitely published on the fact that scavengers can translocate in feces. Is that happening? Maybe in some situations, maybe feed in some situations is a fence line, maybe in some situations. I think that's the challenge, is that it's not going to be one thing for all herds, I don't think. And so how do you determine that? If it were a virus and we had a DNA signature, for example, where, well, this strain is over here and that's over there, that would be really helpful, but we don't have that luxury with prions, where we can say, oh, well, this one is the eastern strain, and somehow it managed to get from here to there, and so maybe it came in hay. That makes sense.
Well, kind of, yeah, I understand. Just because it's complex doesn't mean that we don't need the information. I'm trying to get to, why is there lack of follow-up? Is there lack of information being shared? What would it take to actually glean that information?
We don't have any clue as to how it's happening. So there's been discussions. The state does a lot of the epi, but we've done some of them, trying to figure out, did you bottle feed? Did you do antemortem testing? Did you do artificial insemination? Where do you get your feed? Are you helping someone else with their farm and then coming to yours? And there's nothing that jumps out. So it's a challenge. It would be great to find out.
Great, got it. Nick.
Hi, Tracy. How are you? This is Nick.
Hello.
I have a bunch of questions, and some of them are shared with Tiffany. So, for the first one, I just want some clarification. Farms don't get indemnity unless they're in the herd certification program, right?
No, that's incorrect.
That's incorrect.
So, right. So in the back of our program standards, we have a prioritization schematic that helps us decide who who gets priority for the limited amount of funds that we have. So one of the first criteria is, does the herd reside in an area where CWD is endemic in the wild? If it is not, if there's no CWD within 50 miles, that puts it up at a higher priority for removal. So while HCP is a consideration, we often indemnify herds that are not in the HCP.
Okay, where is this decision tree? Where do we find that?
Take a look in the program standards,
Okay.
and I can put it in the chat afterwards to tell you what page to look at.
Okay.
But we tried to come up with some way that was fair and transparent as to why we were indemnifying some herds as a priority over others. So this was our way of doing that. So the producers could see where they might fall as far as prioritization for the limited funding.
Okay. Who determines how much is available, and is that done every year?
Congress.
Okay.
Yep.
You mentioned that an HCP herd can transfer an animal to a non-HCP hunt farm, and those animals don't have to be tested. So did I hear that right?
Kind of, sort of. So if they're under the same ownership,
Right. If they're under a different owner, that can
if
happen.
they're under a different owner, we cannot make them test those animals. We don't have the authority to do that.
How often does that happen, do you think?
Probably very frequently.
Very frequently. Okay.
I would think so, yeah. If they
Yeah,
don't
I
have
mean,
their own preserve, then a lot of the business model is to sell bucks to hunt preserves. And some people have their own preserves and other people just don't. And I would say probably most don't.
yeah, I would see that as like a huge loophole, right?
And I totally understand, we just lack the authority to do it. But
Yeah,
you're quite right.
I'm not chastising you, I guess, at all. I just okay, and then maybe the more meat and potatoes. So you mentioned that IHC is currently the only test, and ELISA in some cases. How soon until we have new diagnostics in the pipeline?
Okay.
Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we've been interested in RT Quick for quite some time. You've obviously done a boatload of work in that area. And we're very interested in it. In fact, we've partnered with Agricultural Research Service several years ago doing blinded work where we look at, for an antemortem sample, where we've looked at rectal biopsy, and for a postmortem, we've looked at medial retropharyngeal lymph nodes, where we've developed a standardized protocol. We've worked with MinPro at University of Minnesota, which has graciously provided substrate. USGS also provided substrate for this project. So we could do, this is in whitetails, to do a blinded validation to get at that sensitivity and specificity. And that, I think, was really encouraging for how the limited circumstances that we employ antemortem testing within the confines of our program, it would give us some improvement. The next phase that we had to do to determine the suitability for NVSL, so a package has to be submitted to a committee at our National Veterinary Services Laboratory to evaluate any diagnostics that would be used for official purposes. And part of that is a reproducibility aspect. So in other words, with our non-laboratories and NVSL, if you're providing a sample and it's positive for any disease, it should be positive regardless of which of those labs you send it to. And that's where we've had a stumbling block. So when the animals were further along in the disease, so these were animals that were identified by immunohistochemistry as being positive. In the animals that were positive in both the medial retropharyngeals and lymph nodes, and OBEX, so they're further along, there was a high degree of reproducibility between the labs. And this was done in a very controlled fashion with the same batch of substrate. The samples were aliquoted at ARS and then sent to the different labs so that everybody was given the same material. Where the variabilities occurred is in the earlier cases where the animals were positive only in the medial retropharyngeal lymph nodes. So those are our cases that we really want to snag those. That's our early case. We want to get them, and we want to get them off the landscape. That's where we're at the moment. We're kind of stuck. So we're working with the folks at UMN, at MinPro, and with the folks at ARS, getting some more rectal samples. We went through a lot of those, and we're working on it with all these folks to try to figure out, why is this happening? Like, what exactly is going on? And recently I've had addition of data from that same sample set from NVSL. So our national lab has acquired 2 RT Quick instruments, and there are 2 staff scientists there that ran the same samples independently, and they got different results. So I would love to have this way past this point and be able to put this into play for a number of things. But right now we're a little bit stuck trying to sort out the reproducibility issue, because that is a requirement for an official diagnostic test.
That's great. One kind of follow-up to that question. So it sounds like there is a formal vetting process for these tests and somebody overseeing all of this. But I think one of my frustrations, going through this was it's not very well known what that vetting process is and who that oversight group is. So that to me, it just felt like we'd go over a hurdle, and then there'd be a new hurdle, and then go over that hurdle, and then there'd be a new hurdle. So I guess I just want to know, is there something on paper so that people who are trying to do this can do it and have it all be, clear and out in the open?
Yeah, there's 2 aspects to official diagnostics. So if the company or individual group has a kit, so if we think about the Biorad ELISA, okay, that goes through our Center for Veterinary Biologics, and the company or working group would work directly with CVB on fulfilling their requirements. RT Quick, on the other hand, presents a whole unique circumstance because it's not a kit. And then that situation, so I kind of took the bull by the horns to do this RT Quick rectal biopsy and medial project to try to move it along as fast as we could to get that data dumped into NVSL. NVSL has a committee that reviews that kind of data, and whether it's, I don't know of it anywhere in, like, written out explicitly what those steps are, Nick. I totally don't, I'm not aware of it being anywhere. I kind of have to go through the same sort of stuff you do, where I'm like, all right, who do we send this to? What do we need to do? There is some description, albeit not expansive, within both the CFR and the program standards that touch on that a little bit, but it's not step by step as like what you're talking about.
So to me, it sounds like the best thing would be to have a kit, right? Is that?
It would go directly through CVB, where it's a lot, I would say the process is more clear cut if there's a kit. So RT Quick itself is a technique, that's just not that. But if someone were to put, like, I think Davin had tried or is working on putting together a kit, and I believe he's working through CVB to do that for RT Quick.
Okay. I think that's all I've got. Thank you, Tracy.
You bet.
Follow up with that. I'm just going to follow up on Nick's question, Tracy. This is Tiffany again. Can you just talk about, like you said, for RT Quick, you just tried to get it through the process, however vague that process is. Can you talk about, like, what's the funding and support for that? Because RT Quick isn't there are new methods coming online. So as they come online, being a kit, it sounds like there's an easy answer, but what's aside from the lack of clarity around specific protocols for validation, what's what's the funding support and infrastructure behind getting RT Quick and other testing methodologies through the validation process?
Yeah, so the project we did initially with medials and rectal biopsy, that was done in cooperation with the USDA Agricultural Research Service, and they were able to get some funding together to do that because we didn't have it to give them. So that was great. So yay, ARS. In the last few years, we have had congressionally appropriated funds for the CWD cooperative agreements. And in the last opportunity, that was opened up to include universities. So prior to that, it was completely designated to state agencies, whether they're animal health or departments of natural resources, that those were the only ones that could apply. There's a separate tribal opportunity. This past year, though, it was opened up to more folks. That, in its current state, has a maximum of $250,000. The one difficult point with that is that when that was designated by Congress, they made it a one-year opportunity. And as we all know that have done research, often things don't get done in a 12-month time period, and that's the requirement for projects being submitted. So if that were changed, because we don't have control over that, I think that would be beneficial, because then when folks apply, so UMN could totally apply for an opportunity like that, they would have longer to work on it versus the 12-month period. So you all definitely, and we encourage you to apply. We're going to have, and as far as we know, unless the budget is finally approved and they've removed those funds, that should happen again here in fiscal year 24. We're going to try to get that opportunity posted in the spring, though some of that is out of our control. We definitely want to have that up and available again. So to me, that's a good mechanism to get some of that work funded, because essentially we have reviewers and we have specific goals. And that's one of the goals that we have, is working on trying to sort out additional novel diagnostics. That's one of our focuses. So this is a good mechanism to fund that.
Tracy, this so APHIS, it looked like it was given $12 million in April for research for CWD. Does that include money going to ARS, or is that just for external use?
Just for external use. So we do have there, because of the time frame that the money has to be utilized, it cannot be then given to other federal agencies. There's some regulations around that of where it has to go. So all of that goes out to external animal health officials. Wildlife is overseen by Wildlife Services now, so the money is divided up. Luckily, they are also involved in this, so they can take care of that side of the applications, and then anything related to farm cervids and mostly diagnostics comes to us for submission.
Very good. Other questions? So maybe just a final one, Tracy. So you've been doing this for a while. So what are the incentives for, a cervid farmer to become certified? And what are your results over the last, 5 years or so that you've had this program that shows that this program is succeeding?
Okay. So the impetus for a farmer to participate is to desire to move animals interstate. So this is an interstate program. They don't need to be in our program if they're only selling within their state. So in Texas, for example, a lot of that commerce happens within the state of Texas, and they don't sell to other states because the industry is so large there. And is the program working? I would suggest that the numbers that we presented suggested we are looking. So if you look at the numbers overall on farm cervids, particularly those that are in the HCP, we are catching those animals that are positive in new herds as soon as we can, and that's the purpose. Is to, if it's there, we want to find it and then not allow movement from those herds. Our program requires a higher rate of testing than a lot of the state individual programs. I think that's a bonus on how it's implemented. We're doing as much testing as we can. And you know, we may move into something different. You know, I think that some of the suggestions for change is the animal diagnostic of animals prior to movement. It's by no means perfect because there's a lag time between exposure and when it's going to show up in samples that are available for animal diagnostics. But that's something I expect is going to be maybe one of the things for us to think about in that comment period. So being in the, I think some of the expectation that being in the HCP is somehow going to prevent CWD. And while I wish we had that kind of special shielding power for our HCP herds, it's impossible to guarantee 100% they're not going to get it. As we're seeing where it's coming into herds and we don't even know how it's happening. In some instances, closed double fenced herds. You know, it's not going to be absolutely foolproof, but I think that we definitely are finding it as often as we can via our testing requirements.
One more question to follow up, and I'll let Nick do one more question. So of the new herds that are being found infected, so there's 20 a year, how many of those are elected to depopulate versus continue?
Oh boy, I don't have that number in front of me. If I had to say off the cuff, I think usually I would say it's safe to say somewhere between 4 and 6 per year. And some of that may be rollover from a previous year. Some of it may be contingent on, do we have funding to sufficiently remove a herd of the size herd they have? We don't have funding to remove extraordinarily large herds, and some of them are very big. So I would say as much as we can do, if sometimes it works out. So there are a number of small herds that are affected, and then that's great because then we have funding to remove multiple small herds versus, you know, some extremely large herds that would take the majority of our funding.
Great, thanks. Nick?
Hi again, Tracy. I had a couple questions. So earlier we heard from Sam, who mentioned that they're doing RT-Quick testing on urine. Who has from the sounds of it, nobody has oversight over that, but who should have oversight over that? Or
that's a great question. So currently we do not have oversight over that. So for our program, it's been strictly based on animals versus products of animals, such as embryos, semen, urine. So currently we are not written in a way to do that.
So is that a limitation, do you think? Like,
I guess it depends on how much risk actually exists in that process. You'll hear varying opinions on that. How much risk is there in that pooled urine that's put into those hunter products? I do believe that Sam is quite right that none of those have shown to be CWD positive at this point. But yeah, we don't oversee that. That's kind of a state thing. So some states have regulated that where they don't allow it and then other states do.
Okay. Yeah, I'm more curious about the process and you know, using it as a test and having it approved or having it at least marketed. The other question I had is, it seems like one of the limitations with epi is that, as you said, the USDA how did you put it? I mean, you have, it's the states that are choosing how to implement it, right? And so it's the states who are choosing how to do the epi. And so I guess I'm wondering, is there a way to like standardize that? So whenever there's a case, every state approaches an epi investigation the same way with the same set of questions. Or is that just not possible?
We kind of have that. So with our 60-month requirement, so the way our program is written is that the index animal, and I do have Sean's question about the average age, by the way, I did that real quick when we were on the break, is that index animal is assumed to be actually the first one in the herd. And that may not be true. That's the first one that we found, right? Whether it's through misadventure or culled as a doe for meat or for whatever reason. From that point, for 60 months, all the way around that animal, they're looking for trace herds and then placing those. That is a requirement in the program. So that's not variable. They have to take a look and immediately place all herds that are trace outs under quarantine. Then they can do epi. So this is where they can kind of look and look at the movement. There's some flexibility there to look at the movement of animals associated with that and say, well, based on this animal and where it came from and how long it's been there, the odds of it coming from this farm are just not reasonable. And then the state may release that. So that's where their epi is going. So they are required to look at all of those things. And for example, if someone purchased an animal from this positive herd, but they didn't test it, let's say they were not in the HCP, then they can't remove animals that they purchased and test them to get off that quarantine. Then they have to sit there for 60 months. Or there are some parameters if they're in our program to shorten that a little bit with live animal testing. So there definitely are some minimal criteria that the states do have to meet with respect to that. Now, how in depth they go with questioning the farm on, do you have cats, for example, on Scott's example of the cats on premises. We do have epi forms. Those were initiated in about 2016 or 17. There's a preliminary and a final epidemiology report that has a list of questions that we put together. One of them that I have on there is bottle feeding. Do they bottle feed? Because I always wonder about, often the bottle formula is from goats. It's like, is that something we need to worry about, right? Yeah. So they have those and they turn those in. Sometimes some folks are better at turning those in than others, but that's something that we have implemented. And I want to make sure that we emphasize that going forward. There are a lot of moving parts to the program. And so getting everybody to kind of do what you want them to do sometimes is challenging, but we have made an attempt to have a standardized form for both a preliminary and a final epi report. Okay.
Yeah, I'm curious, where can we find that form somewhere, or can you send it to us just so we can see?
And yeah, I can send that to you.
How was the form like developed and who was involved? I mean, I'm just like brainstorming other questions, like where did you get your feed from? That sort of all sorts of stuff.
Yep. There's definitely questions like that on there. So it was put together by the Cervid staff. So based on things that we wish we'd known as we're trying to understand. So Samantha, where should I send those forms? Should I send them to you?
Yes, please send anything that you want the committee to see to me. And incidentally, just for everybody's edification, everything that is presented to the committee and shared with the committee does get put in our public access files.
And Nick, there's also copies of these represented in the appendices of the program standards.
Okay. And I mean, to me, it sounds a lot like part of this is a people problem, like not being able to follow up and, really badger these states to get this information. Would you agree with that?
Somewhat. I mean, they try to do their best. I think a lot of states are really short on VMOs right now, which I'm sure you're aware of being at a veterinary school. There's there's definitely a shortage of both state and federal VMOs. So I think that definitely tends to play a role in how much time they're able to dedicate to really digging in and spending time talking to the producers. We had one VMO, she changed positions, but she was really intent on spending a lot of time with the owner and really talking to them and trying to understand what they're doing. Some owners are very open to that. That was mentioned before. There is a level of trust there that sometimes you have to get over. And some VMOs definitely have more trust with their producers and their districts than others. But not everyone's inclined to go that level. And particularly, avian influenza has reared its ugly head again. And so that's showing up. So that further stretches this limited state and federal animal health official pool. So yeah, everything is a people problem ultimately.
Thank you.
So Tracy, a follow up on that. How are the VMOs trained? Is that part of their accreditation process for veterinarians? So when they're going to these farms and doing follow-ups, et cetera, how are they prepared?
That's a great question that I don't have the answer for, as I'm not a VMO. I'm a PhD in cell and molecular biology, and I've never performed that function, obviously. I can certainly find out
We can find
what
out.
happens with that.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
that's.
I'm just not the right person. Although Dr. Godlewski over there, he probably does know.
We'll talk about it. Thank you very much on that. So thank you very much for your presentations, your discussions. And so we're going to kind of move toward maybe taking a look at this in a broader discussion in terms of control strategies and what to look forward into the future. So maybe we'll just throw out some ideas right now. Tracy, are you still on with us?
She's still there.
Yes, okay. I'm here.
Okay. It might be good to transition into kind of this broader look. So if you were going to look 5 or 10 years down the road, so we don't want to burn you out, but try to think of what are the critical things that'll make a difference over the next 5 or 10 years in terms of your control program and moving forward. So where should we devote our time and priorities? And then we'll open this up to everybody.
Yeah, I can only give you my opinion, which doesn't necessarily represent that of the United States Department of Agriculture. So I'll preface it with that. I'll give you Tracy's opinion, and you can do with that what you want.
We'll work with that.
I think biosecurity is extremely important, and I've felt this way for quite some time. As far as protecting farms, I see it as a protection of the investment in your livelihood. I think we really need to encourage biosecurity on the farms. I think that's going to make a difference. I'm very interested in seeing how our genetics approach is going to play out over time. I think if it works as it appears that it's going to, based on data and comparison with the success of the Scrapie program, I think this is the best tool we've had to try to reduce the amount of CWD prevalence in farm cervids. So that one, I'm really interested in seeing how it's all going to work out, because that would be a real game changer.
Yeah, for sure. Great, thank you. So let's kind of open it up and kind of look into the future a little bit in terms of what we might be able to expect for strategies in terms of control. Any ideas? Things we aren't doing today?
And by open it up, I believe, Lonnie, you mean everybody, all of our participants. So please raise your hand if you'd like to make some comments. And I did, oh wait, we've got, nope, no comment there. Okay.
Is there another speaker on, or do we need to take a break?
I do not. Talani, are you on? Are you the person phoned in, or is that somebody else?
Yes, that's me.
Oh,
she could go
okay.
earlier.
Talani, are you prepared to speak a little bit earlier then? We seem to have, I think people have run out of steam.
Okay. Certainly. Yes. And I
Okay.
apologize because I didn't get any slides put together. It's been a very busy week for me.
Yeah, no worries. We're just glad to have you here, especially I think it'll be really helpful. So we're changing directions. Would you care
We're
to?
just going to start a little bit earlier than on our last presentation. So Dr. Talani Francisco, welcome. Thank you for joining us. Maybe give us a little bit of your background, and we're interested in your ideas about how cervids are valued by our indigenous native populations. And thank you for being with us again.
Thank you. Thank you. I come to you from the great state of New Mexico. I'm from the Pueblo of Laguna. So I first of all, Tom Guatsi Hopa. I am from the Pueblo of Laguna. Tom Gidalewski and I go way, way back. And Dr. King, I met you many, many, many years ago, but I was such a little peon and you were, you know, in the greater hierarchy of the USDA. And Mike Miller, I've worked with him in Colorado. So hi, Mike. So it's an honor for me to be talking to you. But I graduated from Kansas State University in 1990. At that time, I did not know that I was one of the very few women. I think there were 3 of us at that time that were Native women that had joined the profession of veterinary medicine. And so I'm now known as one of the grandmas in Laguna. It's, you know, Giao, that is a veterinarian and spent many, many years with APHIS Veterinary Services, International Services, did 10 years with the Air Force as a public health officer, all the while always going home to the Pueblo of Laguna and working with animals there. I have a long history with the Native American Fish and Wildlife Society. And right now I am doing contract work for them with the zoonoses grant they have with the Bureau of Indian Affairs. So little bit of a background on my behalf. So when we start talking about native populations, as you probably know, indigenous people, and of which I'm not particularly fond of that term. I'm a Native American, American Indian. Most of all, I'm a Pueblo woman. I'm from the Pueblo of Laguna. So I can speak as a Pueblo woman and as a Pueblo veterinarian. But we have 574 tribes recognized in the United States. That includes some 200 up in Alaska for the Alaska Natives. And so we are all very diverse. We're all very, very different. And that's the first thing I guess I would let people know is that I can only speak from my background as Pueblo person. What I can tell you is having worked with many tribes and continuing to work with many tribes through the Native American Fish and Wildlife Society, that there are some commonalities of concern, of practice and things like that in Native communities. One of those is that we value cervids as you know, they're sentinel animals. They are special. That whenever we do go out on a hunt, that you take a life and that life is has a spirit, and you invite that spirit into your being, and you ask it to become part of you and to guide you. So with that knowledge, I know a practice that we have talked about, and it kind of goes back to Tracy just talking about biosecurity. A lot of times in Native communities where you have a hunt, you may field dress that animal, but that head and the spinal cord and the backbone are all very integral parts that you take home and you consume and you utilize those. In tribal communities, wastage is not something that is seen as something that is okay to do. And from the Pueblo of Laguna, whenever we harvest a cervid, whether it's an antelope, a deer, an elk, have never had any moose, but I know that we did at one time have moose in the state of New Mexico because we have a word for moose in our tribal language. And so you take that whole animal and you take every piece of it and you utilize every piece of it. So that includes the brain, that includes the spinal cord. And one of the things that we do as Pueblo people is you make a special pot of stew with the head. And that head is boiled and all the different body parts are put into this stew. And then you feed your entire family. White man's terms, if you will, let me use that term. It's a deer dinner, but you invite your entire family, you invite the whole community to come to your deer dinner where you celebrate that harvest that you made that year. Then in the winter times, we have deer dances, and they're ceremonial dances where the skull is used of that animal, and so it's got to be cleaned out, and people utilize that in a ceremonial dance. But going back to the deer dinner, that specifically, I'm talking now about, we use backbone stew as something that's very, very common in the wintertime, where you dry out the vertebrae and you leave that spinal cord in there, but it's dried, and then it is made into a stew with hominy and pinon and, vegetables, legumes that were dried over the year. And so now you can see that people are consuming this, okay? Brain tanning has always been a big thing, but when we go back to the specific thing about the stew, I remember we talked about this, Sam and I. The grandmothers, your clan mothers, are the ones that are invited to partake of this stew. And it is a big deal. You put them at the head of the table, and there's this big head in this big cauldron, and they will dish it out and put it into pottery. And you bring it to the grandmothers, and they will actually pick the meat off of the head of the deer. They eat the eyes, they eat the tongue, they will eat some of the brain tissue, because all of that is considered a great honor. And so I know that when we start talking about CWD and prions in particular, those are not things that are things that we want to, endorse people doing. But I think we have to realize that in many of our native cultures, those are acceptable things. And those are going to be things that are difficult for people to stop doing, because now you've asked them to change their entire culture, their traditions and customs, to doing something else. And so that is going to be very difficult, and that's hard. I know a lot of our people have kind of gotten the word about brain tanning, and so they've gone away from brain tanning. There are still some, I will tell you though, the ultra, the hardcore natives that will not forego brain tanning. They just won't do it. And so we know that is an issue. We know that we have a large population that are immunocompromised because of diabetes, high blood pressure, all of the concomitant, or disorders that are in America right now that are disproportionately elevated in Native communities, which make them maybe a little bit more susceptible. We know that prions they survive incineration temperatures. So even cooking is not going to do that. Certainly the drying, which is a custom very much here in the desert Southwest with our tribes, that is not killing the prion. And so those are things that I wanted to share with you guys, that I think that when we start talking chronic wasting disease, those are some of the things we have to look at, that now we are asking cultures to change their traditions and their customs, and they're not going to come around very easily. Likewise, I was at the meeting in May up in Denver and had conversations with some of our wildlife connectivity personnel. And the question came up of, are we doing more harm than good with these big multi-million, if not billion-dollar crossings for animals and the connectivity? Are we have we gone to where we're now endorsing, if you will, these animals that have diseases and conditions to go out and about to other populations that probably didn't? And it was a very interesting conversation with some of the Native people that were there with Native American Fish and Wildlife Society. And I don't have an answer. And I know that's probably something that a lot of people talk about. But we do, we look at those corridors. Are we doing more harm than good? And what is our responsibility as Native people to try and help these spirits that we believe are our brothers and sisters, and inviting them into our homes and inviting them into our lives. So I just wanted to share those few things with you.
Terrific. Thank you very much. Any questions for Dr. Francisco? Matt?
Hello, this is Matt Dunphy. Thank you very much for the perspective. One of the things that popped into my head, I'm not sure I've asked about before, is are there any concerns when it comes to surveillance on tribal lands? And I guess I'm assuming there is, with the sampling when it comes to taking lymph nodes or brainstem. I was just thinking about, the ask many times from state fish and wildlife agencies to tribal organizations is, hey, let's just do surveillance on tribal lands. But I'm wondering, is there a general reticence to do that because of the requirement to submit a head, or let the head go into, be essentially chopped up to some degree to get the samples out?
Yes, and Matt, there are actually multiple reasons, and I have questioned quite a few of our tribal biologists, especially down here in the Southwest. And I will give you a couple of answers that I've received. One of them is that in the reporting back, they said, even when we do county-wide, just at the county level reporting, we have such large counties and such large tribal lands down here, especially in New Mexico, Arizona, that when it goes to that county level, they know exactly where that animal came from. And it came from that reservation because that reservation encompasses that county. So they don't want that, because if they were to get a positive, they know exactly it's from this tribe because they have that county. So that's one answer that I was given. The next one is very much what you just pointed on, is that the head of the animal is very sacred, and they're not willing to forego that and turn it over to hands that maybe don't appreciate it, is what I've been told, to the extent that hunter did. And so they don't want that. They want to be able to have that animal and to appreciate it the way the creator intended for it to be appreciated and utilized. And so, I've talked to them about, well, how about if we just took out the pieces, those very small pieces, and turned them in? And there again, I was told, well, if it wasn't healthy in the first place, we would not be taking it. So there is that also, that kind of concern. And I just think a lot of it goes back to the stigma of, they're afraid that, people will then, because a lot of our tribes here in the Southwest, I mean, they make large sums of money for their deer and elk hunts, large sums of money for their trophy animals. The San Carlos Apache, I think, are the ones that right now have the trophy elk that was like a 460 or something. So they don't want that negative. If there was something that was to be detected, they don't want that, because that would be a huge economic effect on their tribe.
Thank you.
So Tony, is there an awareness of chronic wasting disease as an issue within the population, or what about education awareness? How would you characterize that?
Yes, we constantly do that. The Native American Fish and Wildlife Society had a biologist that was dedicated exclusively to chronic wasting disease. She separated from the society about 2 years ago. We have not been able to get another one rehired. And a lot of it is just, it's this whole nebulous, prions are something that a lot of people don't understand. They really don't. And there is some concern that it's another one of those man-made diseases, and it is going to hit Indian country, and it's going to hit Indian country very hard. when we talk to, there's only 2 tribes left in Colorado. And both of them, when I was with APHIS, trying to get them some CWD funds, asking them to apply for CWD funding, they were very much against it. They said, no, we would prefer not to.
Lonnie, thank you for joining us. I'm Tiffany Wolf. I am wondering, we learned from tribes in the Midwest that they can be impacted differently by CWD based on communities' reliance on deer for subsistence purposes. And I'm just wondering about this situation in your region.
It's ironic that you say that, because there's a large amount of poaching. I'll be honest with you, but I think, like many Native communities, like many other communities in the US, we've gotten kind of lazy, and we would rather go get the SNAP card than go out and hunt for subsistence. Because now when you've hunted, you have to dress that animal, you have to prepare the meat, you've got to save the meat. We don't do smoking down here, but we definitely dry the meat, carne seca. But that's a lot of work. And I'll be honest with you, our younger generations, they don't want to do all that work. They'd rather go get their EBT card and run down to the casino and get a cheap hamburger and French fries. So not so much in that respect, but it's more of the fact that now we have folks, and I've had 2 cousins that regularly now go to Iowa, go to Nebraska, especially because they have bigger deer and they have better tasting deer. Because, our little Coues deer, little whitetails down here in the desert Southwest, they're small. They're also very hard to find and they're hard to hunt. But mule deer are not as prolific as they used to be. They're not as we don't find them as much down here in the Southwest, especially in New Mexico, as we used to. So a lot of our people are going to areas like Nebraska, Iowa, Wyoming to go hunting, and they go on these big ranches where they pay, $500-600 and bring home 5 or 6 does, because they don't really care that, if it's a buck or something, but they might get, a little pronghorn or something like that they bring home. But they're going to areas now where they could be bringing something back. That's probably the thing that I worry most about, is us importing this. Because we know we all have res dogs. I don't know if you guys have seen, but res dogs are huge. And I am spaying and neutering like crazy, and we just can't keep up on the res dogs. So what happens a lot of times, my fear is that we might bring back an animal that has prion in it, and the carcass is, deboned, whatever. And then the res dogs are given that, and they take it out. And now we've got res dogs as well as other carrion eaters that are now spreading it about. And our few remaining deer that might be in that area might come in contact with it. So does it seem far-fetched? Yes, it does. But I really hope that I'm wrong in that, having that fear, that concern.
Other questions? Anybody online have a question?
I do not see any hands raised.
Okay. Well, Dr. Francisco, it's nice to catch up with you after these many years. Thank you for all that you're doing. Also, thank you for your insights. They've been enormously helpful for us. We really appreciate that, and understand, the better the relationship with Native Americans and cervids, and how it's ceremonial and traditional, and it's looked at very differently, and it's really important for us to understand and remember. So thank you again, and we really appreciate. And anytime you want to be part of this committee in terms of dialing in and participating, let us know. So thanks again. So folks, we are, thanks very much. So we're ahead of schedule. So why don't we take a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back and we'll reconvene as a committee and have further discussions about what we've learned today. So let's reconvene at about 2:45 for that. Other comments? Sam, do you want to make any comments?
I'm just trying to, so are we going to have more open session, or is this the end of the open session?
This will be the end of the
Okay.
open session.
All right, so I'd like to thank all of the folks that came online and stayed with us remotely for this whole meeting. Please, if you have any comments, send them to me. Do remember that anything that you heard here today, any opinions or even recommendations that you might have heard, are those of the speakers, and they're speaking individually and not necessarily recommendations or conclusions by this committee or the national academies as a whole. Thank you very much. And our next open session meeting will be December 14th. Thank you. And we'll have more information posted on the project website as soon as we know what it's going to be about. So thank you, everybody.
Any of the slides?
Thank you for the opportunity.
Yep. And also the presentation, the recording of the presentation will be posted on the event webpage. So you can go back and review those presentations. If our speakers, those of you who haven't sent me your slides, if you had them, if you could please, that would be fantastic, so that the committee can have access to them later, and that we can also post them in our public access file for the public to request. Thank you and have a great day. And committee members, please come back at what time did you say? At 1/4 your current hour. Thank you. Bye-bye.